devotees. We're back. I'm back. However you want to phrase that. Playing more shit. Hi, Prince. Congrats on getting most devoted. Welcome on in. Yeah, we're playing a little something called D1AL-ogue. I added this thing to my library, heavens knows when, and it's kind of sort of just been sitting there taunting me for a while. I know a little bit about this because like I was renting shit as it is. One, we don't get the really cool music that this game intends because we're streaming it. Streaming mode's enabled. I don't want to deal with fighting with every video. I do enough with some games. But yeah, I'm not sure this is all. I'm also not certain this will end up taking all 3 like days this week. If we do happen to beat it before before Monday, we might just start Monday's game earlier. Congrats on the 35 stream streak there, Prince. My ability to speak is rapidly going down the drain because outside of streaming and all that jazz, I got new things to try and eat, and they're discussing. Hi, Fina! Yeah! Also, I feel like I should preface this. This game is free if anyone wants to try it out themselves. So like that's always great. Okay, no, I'm leaving. Just anyways, let's just get this started. Okay, actually no, I'm gonna go make sure I'm not like covering up the text. Okay, we're good. Oh. That's a beef for a second. Oh, on the love rod, it might. It might. It's just hamburger raw. Hello, Michelle. How are you doing over there? I've gotten a bit used to life in Chroma City. Nope, I can't. Sorry. There's something about when a like cyberpunk setting fucking use the most basic ass city name. I'm not saying that like actual city names are good themselves, but that's great. We're off to Chroma City. Yep. Instead of the rising sun, I've started dividing my days by payment approvals and insufficient funds. That sounds depressing. Maybe don't. The light monopolized by Sunshine Corp has replaced the sun, and most things are solved with price tags. I wish beer was the only thing I had to pay for. Right, the price of beer went up again recently. Everything is going up, except for 2 things: the sun and my income. Sorry. Noted, we're kicking this game off with a depressed guy. Oh, good heavens. But Michelle, everything comes at a high price except for the value of labor. But I can find some stability, at least while I'm working. When I drifted here after we parted ways, I thought my incompetence was the reason for our breakup. And that thought still weighs me down. I can't say things are completely different now. But here, at least while I'm holding on to my work, the weight lifts, just for a moment, regardless of how much I earn. For that time at least, I have the assurance that I won't collapse. The people I meet, and the conversations we have, and what I've come to feel, I want to tell you about it. On the second floor of a commercial district slightly away from the city center, repair clinic D1AL-ogue. A place where the outside noise recedes with just a few words of small talk. Don't criticize my naming skills, because in Chroma City they give estimates for heartbreaks and charge for repairs. Let's go. Oh, good heavens. That's always a great starting message. It's just lame. It said the name's totally lame. And Chris, did you have a beer? This sentimental nonsense this early in the morning. I was thinking about a customer from yesterday and I couldn't help it. He came in saying his portable virtual chip was stuck. Maybe it activated during repairs, because he started running around the room like crazy, swinging a leather belt at me. Thanks to him, my dial equipment almost bit the dust too. You have such a shady and lame name. Only customers fitting the description would show up. Ah, don't tell me. You're talking about the oasis of Chroma City bathed in neon light. D1AL-ogue Repair Clinic. A repair clinic is an all-around sanctuary that provides not just quick and accurate repairs, but also emotional stability through comfortable conversation. Oh god, you are the worst kind of person for this. At least for me. That shady name is exactly why evening repairs turn away and go elsewhere. Hi, Asakman. We're doing good. Alright, that's coming up. Not doing anything for it. Thank you, Pokemon Community Game, for reminding me that Easter is indeed a holiday people celebrate. Emotional stability for Eves? That feels less like shady and more like creepy. Is that why you habitually make Eves wet themselves? But to be precise, it's the act of discharging overheated coolant. Your phrasing is misleading. Same difference? What do you mean, same difference? You're probably the only one who describes it like that. Stop starting nonsense early and check your equipment already. You're not opening for business today? I love stories like this, even though you used to sing about wanting to become an Eve when you were little. Shut up. The smooth hanger from yesterday's beer is pretty bad, and speaking of Eves, why don't you replace your outdated equipment in your repair clinic? Using a dial when D5 will... How the fuck are you supposed to read or deal? Oh. Ah. Maybe deal. But usually that'd be a 3. But I guess a 5 also works. Let's just with them. What you're looking is that D1AL equipment is strictly specialized for diagnosis. The diagnosis performance was so good from the first generation that even with the 5th generation out, it hasn't improved dramatically. Then what's different? The main advantages are in unit synthesis. Convenience in the synthesis process, overclocking, synthesized parts, firmware modification, etc. It might be inspired by Valhalla. That is a non-zero case. However, I can make up for the dial's lagging synthesis performance, but purely with the touch of my fingertips. That's actually kind of impressive. Virtually, if I ever upgrade to a newer generation... Why? Is there an extra subscription fee? No new point in having registered this business dialogue. You don't seem to get it. A little bit breathes vitality into a weary life, and also seeing this strangely named repair clinic operating normally. I guess your skills are unquestionable. Then it should be a breeze if I suddenly test you with a standard Dixel practice level 1 mock maintenance, right? Practice repair. Prove Michelle wrong about your skills. Target moves 20. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Over the damage part and select the required units. First, let's select a damage part to repair. The dial consists of 4 layers and 6 indices. Each module can be moved by dragging it to swap places with adjacent modules up, down, left, or right. Moving module uses this dial as battery. If you use up all the battery, you can't move anymore. Let's try moving a module. You can, if you move modules to line through more, synthesize into a higher tier unit. Okay. So we're looking at like funky bejeweled. Got it. Round bejeweled. There probably already is one, let's be honest. You synthesize a module a total of 10 times. The battery overcharges and increases the maximum capacity. You check the current damage location required units. The panel to proceed. Over your mouse recently. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, let's keep going. Select the next damage part. This needs one of each. There has multiple types of units. The other one will show the required colors. Just place the units according to the colors and replace them. Oh, so well, fuck you too, game. That won't do anything, but what if I do that? No? Okay. Right, I forgot to... I'm stupid. Gotta have to press the button in the middle. Oh, we're gonna be doing great. Higher tiered unit. Take the appearances on... Okay, so that's a tier 2 one. Okay. Okay. Well, that went better than expected. Gotta learn to be extra careful with my movements, though. Okay. Oop. Like the gauge or charge types while repairing. Ah. Bada bing, bada boom. I believe the Dalsro received a decent evaluation for the repair. Satisfied now? That's really amazing. Honestly, I knew you ran a repair clinic, but I didn't know you were this skilled. And with the latest deal equipment, it wouldn't be this fast for level 1 mock maintenance. I see a new light. This is nothing. If I wanted to attract Eve customers to this strangely named repair clinic of yours, I can't tolerate a single maintenance error. First impressions are most important wherever you go. If you care about first impressions, why don't you erase that suspicious slogan on the front of the door? Besides, there needs to be comfort during the repair process for them to feel emotionally stable and open up. I just can't understand that creepy philosophy of yours. I should probably start opening shop soon. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Dave. Woohoo! Welcome to the welcome. This is Repair Clinic Dialogue. Hey, Chris. Ah, Bray. What brings you here at this hour? What about your cafe shift? Are you watching the popular show airing these days, Buff Girl O'Hara? I hate how I could see that being a thing. Why is my SNS flashing? Buff Girl O'Hara hype peaks. Neural network unit or Orgasm Buff released. Author Waifu Matine Press. New Dawn for Eve maintenance, the D6L. Exclusive, unidentified compound found, nano catalyst design mismatch controversy. Okay, nothing too interesting there. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Are you watching it? I do watch it every week, but this will be quick. In yesterday's episode, do you remember the scene where O'Hara smashed Mrs. Blind with a magical pile driver? O'Hara rarely gets pushed into a corner. So seeing her fight back with a double nosebleed and crush Blind's neck, her comeback was quite the twist in many ways. That's exactly it. What exactly is it? What exactly are you trying to say? Villain showed up at our shop and looks like they desperately need that pile driver. I knew you'd understand. I only understood that you have a difficult customer. Could you speak a bit more clearly? They say he's a bigwig from Sunshine Corp. You're visited to favor this crappy shop. I threatened that he could turn off all the neon shines in this district with a single word. A different routine every day. Let's see how today is unlike yesterday. Shut up. Anyway, thanks to that big shot. It's nothing but new stability officer faces all morning. It's hard to find when you actually need them, but they swarm like rats for this. I thought there was a terrorist attack or something. That's what happened. What brings such a person into a backwater like this? I don't know the details. But it seems he came to negotiate with the manager of this commercial district. Something about increasing the Neon Shine subscription fees around here starting next month. And renovating the free Neon Shine streetlights. In showing the light, his actions are just like Mrs. Blind. See why I brought up Buff Girl? If Mrs. Blind appeared in reality, then a magical pile driver isn't out of the question either. Can you go and try it? It's way out of my expertise and job description, but I can mimic it. I want to pour coffee on his face. Now I feel a bit better. Right, and if you're really going to try it, be careful. The security is intense. You could get arrested just for keeping your hands in your pockets. And again today, my secret power will remain hidden. Anyway, raising subscription fees is a pretty big deal. I was thinking of subscribing to a hologram figure for my lonely room. If they increased fees, it'll be tight. Same here. Really? These are relatively free from LDS. So do you really need to subscribe to Neon Shine? It's only relatively free. If our condition worsens, data loss occurs. We could have problems more serious than humans. Plus, I've got someone to look after. You mean Remy? Remy is family. It's a cat. Does being a cat mean it can't be family? You'd better watch your words in front of our Remy. Frey showed her claws, adopting an aggressive cat-like stance. Please forgive me. I'll make an exception this time. Because I'm generous. Anyway, if the subscription fee goes up, I'll have to give up on the items I was planning to buy. What are you thinking of getting? Buff-Girl collaboration merch. They're doing a collaboration with a neural simulation unit for Eves. They announced that pre-orders will start on the day the last episode airs. Things people come up with. What do you mean, the things they come up with? This collaboration product is amazing. It said when the empathy unit activates and overloads, it shakes your cognitive abilities, creating the illusion of transforming. It's basically another way of saying you must buy this. What on earth does that mean? I don't think the expression shakes cognitive abilities and illusion of transforming. Seriously suspicious. You're making a fuss over nothing. Besides, considering the chips you usually use, I don't think you're in a position to talk. What do you say? Those are legitimately released VR chips, you know? I didn't put them there for you to see, you just looked at them on your own. I have no intention of respecting your taste. If I may give you a piece of personal advice, a repair clinic where Eves are the main customers, displaying chips with covers showing Eves and humans getting intimate doesn't seem like a very good choice. They just put frequently used items where they're easy to see. It's inevitable in a workshop with lots of tools. I could just heard some terrible information. If you're lonely, why don't you find a lover? I'm sorry, but... Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize quickly. So that you didn't want to hear it. Did you foresee what I was going to say? And can I ask for a simple repair? And create an excuse to tell the boss. Sure, repairs are always welcome. Great excuse for prayer's absence. For prayer's absence. For not prayers. I can read. Ooh, okay, no, I dig that. That goes there. Don't you think the name Neon Shine is super tacky? Like a middle-aged man trying to look cool. Agree with that part. It sounds like the name where they change one syllable from neon sign and celebrate themselves for being extremely witty. And it's really common with a person agreeing with that. As a repair clinic with a name just as bad. Damn. Just outright calling him out. Okay. What exactly does the simulation from the empathy unit feel like? I learned about it in theory, but I was curious since I never felt it myself. It's similar to humans. If humans feel it through muscle contraction, blood flow changes in hormone secretion, or aims that's just replaced with the empathy unit. Relating this directly gives quite pleasurable feeling. So, is it like an orgasm? You know, I'm seeing why Chris does not have a lot of customers here. He might be worse than me with the open mouth, let unfiltered thought out problem. It doesn't match exactly, but it's probably the closest thing. And what about the collaboration merch you mentioned earlier? I'm just curious about what it feels like to transform. They say power surges through you. Sure, whatever. This lady is just red all over, and not in a fun way. Pop that there, schmooze that there, bada bing bada boom. Give me new colors, please. Thank you. Boom. All done. There are no major issues. Wow, my stiff back feels completely refreshed. Is this what it feels like when Ohara purifies her body with brief seed? Okay to mention my crude repair in the same breath as something so noble. Crude, you are too strict with yourself. No one around here can match your skills. Enough, pray. Save that talk for after you buy me a beer. You make a fuss even when I compliment you. What a personality. Noticed earlier your power unit was screw me again. Aren't you working yourself lately? It must be because a lot of zombies have been gathering in front of the shop lately. They've practically set up camp there. Zombies? You mean flicker patients high on drugs? Usually they just stumble around spouting nonsense. No, those are blackouts. A state where even medical methods like electronic drugs can't prevent damage to the frontal lobe and neural network. You can consider their ego and personality data virtually destroyed. Lately the media seems to just call them zombies instead of severe LDS patients. Been here for a while, but I thought they were I just thought they were drug addicts. Drug addicts are probably better off than them. Aren't they both equally in the gutter? And these junkies have their infinite love for drugs left. Blackouts are worse. Infinite love. You can throw away family, lovers, and property without hesitation. Isn't that the perfect expression? If it's not you, the world doesn't matter. Truly an impossible devotion. In contrast, blackouts are like empty shells, with even their desires gone. They wander around following the lights by instinct. And when they find neon shine, they swarm like gnats and won't leave. Basically, that suggests they still have at least minimal desires left. If you saw them, you'd think I'm exactly right. They aren't moving to find light. Just that the only stimulus left that they can react to. If they crawled around looking for light normally, maybe you'd be right. Of course, they would become something even more terrible. If I recall, the shop you work at has floor-to-floor ceiling glass window on one side. Right, and clearing away the gnats that gather there is one of my daily tasks. That's what causes 30% of my power unit overloads. And the other 20% is because of the idiot removing streetlights? Exactly. Every day must be tough. It gives me a headache just thinking about how much stuff it's going to get. You know that happiness and unhappiness are influenced more by future events than the present. Wasn't that a study on human psychology? Humans and Eves are pretty much the same. You realize it seemingly conflicts heavily with your critique of my taste before the repair. I come back because I respect it. Oh, my head feels exploding as it is. Do you have to make me say useless things? Plan to keep wrecking me to rip off repair fees. You better be prepared. I'm sorry, customer per. I'm sorry, customer per Emery. Stop joking. I have to go now. Even a justified absence is a problem if it drags on. I don't want to get fired and become a zombie rubbing my face against the glass window. And now the streetlight idiot should have left the shop too. You're sharp. Good sense as always. It was a pleasant conversation today, Prey. Me too. See you later, Chris. Prey hardly left the door with quick steps. Seems she spent more time than expected distracted by the chat. And it's already time for lunch. Let's take a break. Oh, only 71 seconds. We actually didn't do half bad there. Oh yeah, no, this is so far pretty nice. I'm waiting for the point that I hate that the puzzles get to the point where I'm just staring at the screen like it's a foreign object, though. I have a feeling it will happen. A name stood before me. There was no sound of the door opening. Despite her polite attitude and lack of a first impression, I couldn't quite feel at ease. All TNDLS models are government affiliated EVEs, even distinguishable by their department mark. But I couldn't see any mark on the EVE before me, nor was there any other way to confirm her affiliation. Of course, nothing official in Chroma City was particularly trustworthy, but I reacted unusually sensitively to that mark. Ray says that I look at that mark with eyes of a sinner, which probably isn't polite behavior towards a customer. Before we start, excuse me, but may I ask what specific purpose you're specialized for? If it's military private maintenance, it's illegal. It's illegal. You wouldn't know since I'm not wearing protective gear on my day off. I'm Orca O'Hara from the Urban Recovery Agency of Chroma City. You can just call me Orca for short. Although designed for rescue and disaster recovery operations, I'm a model equipped with multi-purpose functionalities like other EVEs to reduce citizens' aversion. Let me ask you, you have quite an ordinary appearance for someone deployed to rough science. In fact, it wasn't an ordinary appearance. Rescue specialized TNDLS models possess an appearance generally considered beautiful to reduce aversion. That's because we mostly rely on external equipment. The design direction of the model also has the motto Universal Fit. Unlike how it looks, there are many places to attach external equipment. Nope, I'm just gonna gloss over that one. I know they don't mean it in that way. That's... I hate that was my first thought to the words places to attach external equipment. Wait, that isn't slush joke. This is just for the robot fuckers. We're completely normal here about everything. This is for attaching the powered exoskeleton. During entry, this is for the instantaneous thrust engine. strap on. It's mounted. Oh. Oh. It has to take a second. Oh God. I'm not the one that wrote this dialogue about instantaneous thrust engines. Oh. Being attached. I'm fine. This derailed fast. And the tail part. Oh great, she even comes with the tail. We've got everything we could ever need. Right. Am I ever not the one with the brain in the gutter? I don't think my brain ever leaves the gutter anymore. Oh. Well, it's quite embarrassing to watch her lift parts of her body here and there to introduce her model. You're the one that asked, Chris. I can't help you. But Orca seemed unaware of it and chattered excitedly for several minutes. How is it? I understand very well that it's not military. Besides that, nothing. I was just trying to apologize for being rude earlier out of surprise. Of course, that wasn't it. Really. It didn't feel that way. I didn't feel that it was rude. I didn't feel it was that rude. Okay, there we go. There's the reading I'm trying to get done. That's because kind people are rare towards government-affiliated Eves. If you thought I was similar to others, then that's normal. That makes sense. What kind of maintenance are you here for? I was recently assigned here, so I need to submit an inspection confirmation by tomorrow. There aren't any major problems, so it shouldn't take long. Looks that way, but you never know till you check. I'll put up the maintenance console, so please wait a moment. Because everyone is preparing for Polar Night Day. The streets are intensely lively, aren't they? Yeah, okay, I called it. So we're a few months late for this game. It's a Christmas game. Nah, I'm just it is the 14th of December in this game, so we might end up with Christmas. I don't know how long this runs. Polar Night Day, one of Chroma City's prides and the pride of prides. Holiday in each of the city and a festival ground. I'd even forgotten that it wasn't far off. It's holiday in each of the city. Did you come for sightseeing before? You don't have to say if it's hard to talk about. No. A few years ago, I visited Chroma City to a support request. It just happened to be Polar Night Day. There was a support request even to nearby cities? Yes, back then I was working in Luminant City, located south of Chroma City. It was complete chaos. The violence and confusion amidst the cheers of the festival were shocking even to me. A hologram panorama covering the sky. Below it, explosions mixed with smoke. Must have been terrible. Yes, screams mixed with beautiful night views and hopeful music are quite shocking. The show went on as if indifferent to the tragedy, and most of the crowd was too intoxicated by the festival to even know what was happening. The organizers who knew about the accident went along with it too. It was probably because of the budget. The hologram panorama called Chromatic Zenith is one of Chroma City's prides. They say it's for the citizen's sense of belonging, but they pour an astronomical budget into it because it's an event that generates huge tourism revenue. Too much money had already been poured in to cancel just because of an accident occurred. So it's about money. Excluding talk of budget and compensation, all that's left in Chroma are patience. Not that I like it, but it's the unavoidable reality. That's sad. I'm sorry, I unintentionally said something depressing. It's just reality. Nothing is as boring as realistic talk. Living day by day, whether you like it or not, is reality. Even an interesting show gets boring if you watch it 100 times. So it's hard for the story of a day to be repeated 1,000 times. It's Hard for the story of a day repeated thousands of times to be interesting. It's natural to be drawn to stories of vacation escapades or figures bought on impulse, rather than talk of neon shine subscription fees or utility bills. I can't accept it rationally, yet I can't help but empathize experimentally. Most hobbies are, after all, escapes from ordinary daily life. That's why people go crazy for Polar Night Day. And tourists visit from the other side of the globe to see the chromatic zenith. Because the coming tomorrow isn't enjoyable, because they're tired of reality. They close their eyes and ears and force themselves to shout that they're happy now. Wanting to run away from pain is one of human instincts. Oops, I sounded creaky like my dial equipment again. 0 points for a sales pitch, right? Sometimes creaking sounds make you feel alive, whether machine or human. But by any chance, are you doing maintenance with the first generation dial? Don't worry too much. I've safely repaired the NDLS models several times with this rugged friend. Why does the word safely sound so scary? Oh, the dial's ready. Shall we begin? 35 target moves. She does have a tail. Okay. This has got to be like the most uncomfortable place to have your maintenance patch just underneath a tail. Yeah. Just... Oop. Okay. That just needs to go there. That needs to go there. Oh, no? I don't feel super. Yeah, okay. No, not SNS. This one. What am I looking for? Yeah, no, that was the right one. Wrong place, though. Okay. Boom. I believe the unit replacement for that part. How is it? Please feel free to tell me if there's any discomfort or awkwardness. No, it's much more comfortable than I thought. My worries with point maintenance were pointless. It actually feels smoother than the fifth generation dial. That's a relief. But should I say it tingles? It keeps throbbing. Please be a little gentler. This area is densely packed with neural elements. It's very sensitive. Oh dear, I'm clumsy because it's been a while since I maintained TNDLS. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. No, let's just be up over. Okay, yeah. Motherfucker, I didn't think about the placement there. You assholes. Yeah, we're barely on our what, third puzzle of the thing, and I'm already getting given the middle finger by the game for not thinking about it. Each TNDLS model had one unique organ, right? That's right, because each model specializes in a different purpose. I've seen animal ears or reverse joint types, so this is my first time seeing a tail. The eaves of the Scarlet Response Unit, under the Urban Recovery Agent, to which I belong, are all TNDLS models. And we have tails like me. That's fascinating. Usually. What's the tail used for? In our case, we merely use it to clear broken debris. Or break down walls to enter. Or something used for such rough purposes. Didn't you say it was a sensitive part earlier? The external armor is high-strength alloy, so it's fine in the field, but when open internally for maintenance, it's almost defenseless. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful to work delicately. Up one. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. As you said, it was a regular checkup. And there were no major problems, so it finished quickly. Oh, the unknown heavy feeling that was dragging me down disappeared. No, it's more than that. It's refreshing. Manager, you have quite an interesting look on your face right now. His reaction was so vivid that I focused without realizing it. I'm glad you're satisfied. I should be thanking you. Feels similar to that unique sensation when speeding through a city center on a bike. Roaming Chroma City while feeling the wind directly, you have a bolder hobby than I thought. Yes, in Luminance City, my hobby was riding a bike to get some air on my days off. I don't have a car in the first place, and I like bikes. I prefer the openness of a bike to the enclosed space of a car. That peculiar stimulation, where the gaze of others mixes into the liberating feeling of being open on all sides, feels really good. Every hobby has its own taste. Apologize for the roughness during the maintenance. No. It's just because I'm particularly sensitive compared to the same model. You kept talking to me in between. I felt reassured at the end. And it didn't hurt at all. My body feels completely lighter, too. I can do this much for this level of effect. We're gonna start stretching your body here and there as a show off. Like KOS even in aerospace, as long as she doesn't bump into anything, it's not a bad view. My man, these are your clients. Please do not. Yeah, actually, I didn't do much. I just replaced a few neural units. See the environment lacking photonic data. Because of the lack of light. Exactly. Both humans and Eves cannot live without sunlight. That's why subscribing to Neon Shine is practically essential in Chroma City. That's why my colleagues asked if I subscribe to Neon Shine. Because unless it's Chroma, you won't have problems due to lack of light. They made survival a paid service. Chroma claims it's the same logic as food being paid. Someday we might even get billed for breathing. Still, these are a bit better off. Humans can fall in depression if Neon Shine is cut off for just 2 days. They called it LDS, right? Correct. It stands for Light Deficiency Syndrome. Simply put, it's a disease caused by not receiving light. The body's signal system gets tangled, and for Eves, noise accumulates in the photonic neural network. The depression and power drop you felt recently are probably due to this. My external equipment felt heavier after coming to the city. It wasn't just my imagination. Body and mind are inseparable. Psychology inevitably changes according to the state of the body. It's funny for me and Eve to say this, but that's very mechanical. So too, but humans are similar. The difference between metal and flesh. Most psychiatric drugs that treat psychological problems by regulating hormones. The medical measure called defibrillation is basically just the same principle as rebooting a machine called the human. Moving by electrical signals and psychological and emotional judgments, changing according to the hardware environment are also the same. My boy, are you really describing a human as, you know what? It wouldn't be the first time. Humans really can be complex meat mechs. Personally, I don't see any reason to distinguish between humans and knaves. If that philosophy created this repair shop, it's quite cool. Personal conversation is a core service of dialogue. Anyway, you said this was your day off, right? That's right. I've been hectic with moving and dispatch calls for a few days, but finally it's a break. Actually, if there's no dispatches, I mostly get downtime. Moving alone sounds terrible. I agree with that, but it's over. You have any recommended places for a change of mood? I recommend the cafe on the first floor of the building opposite. Ah, I saw it on my way here. The name started with a re. You mean Retro John? Retro, what was it? Retro John. The pronunciation is a bit odd. Oh good, I did guess it right. Is it that Trojan from the Trojan horse? Or not John John. It's an unusual name as this place. Right, I heard from the owner that it's a combination of retro and Trojan virus. It reflects the ambition to infiltrate retro trends like a Trojan virus into this flashy high-tech city. Wow, hearing that, it sounds quite plausible. It's a retro concept cafe that's hard to find these days. And drinking the owner's tan drip coffee is the joy of my life. A retro concept in the city. Interesting. And one more thing, avoid places with too many people. In this season, scenes of people densely gathered often lead to the side of them being taken away by the stability officers. Thanks for the advice, Chris. When it gets too long, people tend to get sensitive. Even if they are stability officers. You know, the city's stability officers police other cities, that's a mistake. Still, there's no harm in being careful. I should quietly enjoy this festive year-end atmosphere by myself. Have a good time, Orca. Thank you. See you next time. Good evening. I should call it a day. Good, done. Come on, your touch was so delicate. I didn't even realize it was being repaired. Yay! December 15th. Let's go. This is an announcement for the Responsibility Agency. In celebration of Portnight Day, Chroma City's largest festival. A special intensive crackdown period will be in effect from today to the end of the festival. This measure aims to prevent social disorder during the festival and maintain the homeostasis of the urban system. During this period, nano-catalyst scanning by stabilizers will be significantly intensified across Chroma City. In particular, illegal procedures under the guise of LDS prevention and the use and/or distribution of unauthorized private neon shines are strictly prohibited. Citizens are requested to fully cooperate with scanning procedures at temporary checkpoints installed in each district. Warning, any act detrimental to the stability of the urban system will be subject to immediate administrative action without exception. Yesterday afternoon, the 14th, 50th anniversary ceremony of the Sigmund Pact, symbolizing the harmony between humanity and artificial intelligence, was held at Chroma City Central Plaza. Taking the podium, Mayor Lucas reflected on the significance of the pact, calling it a historical turning point where a simple computational device known as EE evolved into Eve, so electronic entity to electronic virtual entity through photonic neural networks, becoming recognized as beings with independent personalities. He emphasized that Eve, having moved past an era of discrimination to granted legal rights, are key citizens supporting the eternal night of the city along with humans. He concluded with the message hoping that through the rational coexistence perfected by Sunshine Corp's technology, the next 50 years Also lead to an era of prosperity without discrimination, drawing cheers from the citizens and ease gathered in the plaza. Experts point out that while stage 1 dimming lethargy due to serotonin deficiency is possible, stage 2 flicker cognitive neglect over lobe shutdown follows to the scope of general neurological disorders. Consequently, suspicions are deepening that the unidentified molecular components and nanocatalysts mentioned in previous reports are intentionally accumulating metabolic waste in the cerebrum to artificially induce LDS. Oh, fun! Yeah, I'm not surprised that that actually ends up being true. Stage 1 dimming. Oh, good. Can we just, you know, find a way to get serotonin efficiency? That'd be nice. Okay, and data storage is saving. Okay. It's dark and gloomy all day again. No, there's hardly any sunlight anymore. It's hard to even see a gray night. Thanks to that, my body feels even stiffer. If I stay still, I'll only feel more drained, so let's hurry up and open shop. Can I click on anything around? No dice, okay. Are Mom and Dad saying they won't come to see the Chromatic Zenith again this year? Just like every year, yeah? What about you? Needless to say, me neither. I don't get why no one goes. When we were kids, they used to drag us there every year, even when we said we didn't want to go. You know how many years ago that was? Mom and Dad are getting old now. It's hard for them to go to crowded, chaotic places, and I'm too far away to go, so... If you want to know that badly, why not go with a girlfriend? You're picking a fight with me right now, aren't you? Look at your age. Go outside and meet people, even better if it's a woman. You can't stay up all night in your room drinking beer forever. Today, I fall asleep rolling around in bed with a woman in this city. There's a high chance I won't open my eyes ever again the next day. An article will pop up on the main news. Victim is Chris J. Hayes, 22, found in a motel with organs harvested. That lack of confidence of yours is the problem, Chris. Disgusting to say it myself, but objectively, you're decent looking. Blech. Let's stop. If you want to seek the Chromatic Zenith that much, just go alone. If I have to go alone, I won't go. Shouldn't I at least have someone to take my side if I get into a fight? And what are you gonna do that day? I have no choice but to drown my Polar Night day in beer while watching Duke'em stream again this year. That's also my Polar Night day. Stream my fight. You're planning to stay up all night with your beloved Silicone, aren't you? Hey, how do you... Wait, you've never even been in my room. Oh, Chris. Hit the nail on the head. No, it's not that. Shut up, you're single too, probably sitting in the corner of your room alone. Hello, Chris. I'm not sure if I'm happy or annoyed that the D1AL-ogue has a purpose here. I think I'm slightly annoyed. You look like you were in a good mood. Did you manage to get that action figure you wanted? Chris? Ah, Miss Leanne, I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. Could you wait just a moment? A pity. I wanted to share in your joy. You look good now, but that look you had, the one you never show me, is such a pure smile. I'm envious, whomever they are. It's my younger sister. She's a funny kid who tries to cheer me down every day. The one you often talk about? Miss Leanne took a deep breath and muttered quietly to herself. Well, if it's a younger sister, I can understand. In fact, I mean, even have try and get close to her. Yeah, anyway, what brings you here today? Yeah, okay. Our boy Chris just... Where you had your regular checkup recently? I had some business nearby, so I thought I'd drop by to see your face. I also stopped by thinking I might need to replace my processing unit as a bonus. That's funny. What is? When I first saw you, I thought you'd never come back. Now you visit even without a reason. I told you, I came by to replace my processing unit. You said it was a bonus. Didn't you come to check on me? I'll give you a quick checkup. Alright, you win. I came here to whine a bit. Okay, tell me. For a ridiculously shady repair clinic. You've come back several times, so you must like it. There's a quiet, uncrowded comfort here. A quiet place and slightly cool air, good for getting sentimental. Thanks to that, I can completely let loose. That's supposed to be a compliment, saying I have no customers? Yes, it's a compliment. Since you say so, I'll take it as a compliment. What are you whining about today? Leanne frowned as if just thinking about it was unpleasant. It's quite the look on your face. Oh, was I? Sorry, when the process unit connected to emotional expression gets overloaded, my mood swings become severe. I can't hide them. I don't want to show you that look anymore. Can I get maintenance first? Yeah, it's possible, but... Early Leanne with extreme mood swings. Target moves 40. Let's go. Yep, sure, that's where the maintenance panel is. Why not? Oh, you need a lot of these. Okay. Every time I visit here, you're on the phone with your sister. It's my routine right after opening for business. Picking a fight with my sister. I'd like to join that routine next time. You, Miss Leanne? I heard that in human society, it's polite to greet the other person's family before the main event. I don't get what main event you mean. But your emotion unit is overheating again. Big offense. Yeah, okay. She is not subtle about it to save her soul. Got it. Okay, so that's one that needs the big end. Pop that, move that over, move that. Move like so? Yep. Okay. Oh. I'm stupid. What do you think about the increasing romance between humans and Eves? For someone who's never been in a romantic relationship with a human, that's too abstract a question for me to answer. Really? Just that one word from you has completely tilted my opinion to the pro side. The temperature of your motion unit is rising. It's dangerous, so please calm down during maintenance. Chris, just give up now while you have the chance. There we go. Maintenance is done without any problems. Your maintenance day was exceptionally smooth. That touch of yours, skillfully probing my secret corners, while leading me without giving you a chance to resist. Whose core than mine have you caressed with such care? Miss Lillian? Or Miss Leanne? The customers of the repair clinic are the entirety of my social interactions. And it's a blessing in disguise. Oh, it is. Thanks to one person like you visiting, it feels like even this place has some life in it. Oh my. But saying something like that so suddenly makes me a little shy. The overload in your processing unit was more severe than I thought. You came to wine, rose to the point of needing repairs. I thought it would get better once I released some stress. With the unit as it was, I figured I'd be seeing you soon for the same repair request, so I replaced it with a higher-end unit. It hasn't been long since your last checkup. What happened to damage it so much? Hold on, that's what I'm about to tell you. You know I work at a pharmaceutical company, right? Of course. I heard a lot about your life, Miss Leanne, every time I do repairs. Research joined the company recently. They say he's incredibly talented or something. Our company went to great lengths to scout him, so I guess that could be true. No, the talent isn't everything. Exactly. He came in through connections, yet he decided you're looking down on the existing researchers. Since he joined later, he thinks it's our duty to provide him with any project information he doesn't know. The management is completely impressed with his papers and research achievements. My colleagues and I have had no choice to do as he asked. More work for you. That would have been a relief. From his attitude. If you were apologetic and grateful, it'd be different. But he takes it for granted. Even though we're doing work we don't have to do. I wonder if studying so much has fried part of his brain. A while ago he said a colleague's research looked interesting. Asked if we could take over the project. It almost turned into a shouting match, but our colleagues intervened and barely mediated. It's annoying, but thanks to him, we're free from the management's nagging. And we can buy time to improve the product's stability. Office politics. It feels quite a bit distant to me. Maybe for you. From my perspective, Miss Leanne, you don't seem much different from me. Now you're talking about how hard it is to deal with office politics you don't even care about? I'd like to say no, but I have to agree because of what happened a few days ago. A few days ago? Yes, half my units. Overload probably started that day. We fought. You fought? It wasn't really a fight. I just laid him out. He disrespected our project. Instead of just wasting the budget by repeating clinical trials for years. He said the researchers' talents were being wasted. Unless we had any intention of finishing this research and starting a more promising project. And he said it to my face, the project leader. I should have realized when the management was blindly pushing for him. They couldn't win against us. In logical arguments as non-experts. They'll deploy to bring in another expert to break our resolve. That's pretty serious sabotage. Unfortunately for them, that Nepo hire's social skills were worse than imaginable. And he failed to change the team members' minds. You can say we've grown closer. Some new team members were even cheering me on and comforting me even though I threw the first punch. Of course, I think I was in the wrong too. My feelings were complicated watching him call ambulance by himself because no one cared. It must have been the guilt that followed the satisfaction. I had a right to write an explanation, and the project's chances of survival dropped even lower. I wondered what would have happened if I had just held it in. There was a mountain of work to do, but the thought of running away came first. I wanted to forget everything. Let's just rest. So I came to see you. All I do is listen to you talk a little. That's enough. And thanks to you, I've already sorted out my thoughts. Thanks to me. No place to hide whenever I once run away. Way to regain some energy and find the courage to face the world again. That's the goal of our project. After running away here to rest, I found the courage to push through. And it made me feel that my project couldn't end here. The effect of just listening to a story, as you put it, is that's great. Medicine will be a great help to the world. May I ask what kind of medicine it is? I'd love to tell you. Miss Leanne's eyes sparked as if a favorite topic had come up. Really to see her back to her usual self. Our research institute mainly focuses on drugs that suppress memory. Prevents you from recalling specific memories. The primary goal is trauma suppression. Though there's potential for misuse. It seems so. Right, that's why we're delaying its release. Similar drug already exists, but there are more cases of side effects or misuse than proper use. Well, the management recognized this as a commercial success, sticking to a proven product. Exactly. He made almost the same argument. The logic is that as long as it passes the safety inspections and sells well, who cares how it's used? In reality, it causes almost no physical harm to the body itself. I take a few pills myself. That attitude is quite off-putting. That attitude is off-putting. No matter how well you know it, there's a limit to what an ordinary consumer, not an expert, can perceive. In fact, I don't even know the ingredients of the multivitamin I take. Usually there's actually not a lot of ingredients, but then again, that's me thinking about modern multivitamins and not futuristic cyberpunkian multivitamins. Let's see the sun. I guess it must contain vitamin D. And, vitamin D. I have no idea. Drugs on the market tell memories that are dramatically imprinted on the user. When you try to recall them, the recollection process is interrupted or blunted. It's similar to when you treat with an photonic neural network. You can distance yourself from terribly painful memories, but you can also lose your dreams sometimes, even your family's faces or precious memories. In severe cases, you forget that you're taking a memory suppressant. It's practically amnesia. Our institute is creating a drug that accesses specific memories and paralyzes only that part. It can't be used universally, but we plan to market it separate for breakups or trauma. If we succeed, it won't be misused for kidnapping or human trafficking under the name of amnesia drugs. Losing memories due to a drug. It's back if you stop taking it, right? In theory, yes. But it seems there are cases where that's not true for the products on the market. It's also the fundamental reason for my long clinical trials. In Chroma City, there will be many people who need this drug. The frequent side effects are unacceptable. Though Chroma City is damn dark all day long, I'm not sure if there are many patients who would want to suppress their own memories. The average patient doesn't seek a hospital until their condition worsens. I've even seen someone try and fix a paralyzed finger but with stretching. Yeah. Right, many people think of hospitals as a place to go for a resurrection. But this drug is also aimed at delaying the neurological disorders caused by light deficiency, not just overcoming strong trauma. The blackout phenomenon, Do they call it zombies these days? That's what people usually call it, I hear. Right, the biggest cause of becoming a zombie is neurological disorder. Despite having no other problems besides light deficiency, extreme trauma accumulates due to nervous system issues. If this drug is completed, the number of zombies on the street will be reduced by more than half. Zombie prevention and trauma care. Sounds good. The fact there is a way to get memories back seems good too. It's a hot topic among my colleagues. The fact that memories return when you stop taking it. There's some people arguing that it forces continuous purchase of the drug. I say we need to consider the consumer's financial situation. That makes sense, but... Oh, your opinion on my research? Miss Leanne's eyes widened. Did you think we found some common interest? Can't run away forever. If you erase your memories every time things get tough, I feel like you'll end up with nothing left someday. Even today's Miss Leanne will go back to face reality tomorrow. You'll do your best to handle the accident and finish the project, right? Well, yes. There are times when you have to do something, but you just can't. Trauma is one of them. There's a hole in your heart. It needs to be filled, but it hurts too much. With a hole, it's impossible not to feel weak in both body and spirit. You need to sit back and recover, but you can't because the hole is in your own body. I thought the medication you're making was made for situations like that. That's right. It's very difficult to fix something that has collapsed from the inside. Sometimes it's more important to get away from it and preserve your body and mind. I want the patients to be like you, Miss Leanne. Way to regain some energy, to find the courage to face the world again. I mean, I hope that solve the problems they've postponed with a mended, strong mind and body. Like today's Miss Leanne. And as they said in a certain manga, Kurt, right? There's no paradise in the place you escape to. Am I supposed to recognize this quote? Am I too old or too young for this? Since it's your medicine, Miss Leanne, I hope it turns out just as you wish. I'll accept it as a lighting change. You little... Why? Oh, that's a pretty cool thing for me to say. Miss Leanne lunged at me. At least she had no intention of harming me, but I couldn't stop myself from instinctively stepping back. Now that you said that, I'll be sure to protect the project. Nope, it wasn't a lighting choice. She did turn bright red for a moment. Got it. Okay, now let me go. Let me hug you a little longer. Just a little. Just a little. Miss Leanne, with teary eyes, left after making a wonderful vow and having a bit of a tantrum. She must have had her own pain unrecognized by anyone. Look at the time. I should go to the cafe where Prey works for lunch. He crushed my brain, vanished in an instant. Your touch is really special. Oh shit. I did that in like half the expected moves. Nice. Tier 2 power unit, Tier 2 neural unit, 2 of each, quick. Sir? And what are you staring blankly for? Excuse me, Custer, are you by chance in front of me right now? Can you only see the visible light spectrum? Yes, I haven't had the optic nerve digitization procedure done. You're not even up to the basics of this city. In this fucked up neighborhood where it's night, the moment you open your eyes, the other seeing only visible light, you'll soon get a neurological disorder and become one of those drooling idiots out there. Yeah, I subscribe to Neon Shine regularly, so I don't need it. Oh dear, we have an idiot here who offers money to that damn corporation. Either a foolish sucker brainwashed by the media, or a crazy bastard born with a silver spoon who thinks money grows on trees. I don't know what kind of life you're living, but I'm too law-abiding to live by your ways. Made someone with their head and this from the clouds is still in this city. No wonder you're walking around on your own 2 feet. What a crazy customer. Customer, please deactivate your optical camouflage. And if you're not getting a repair, please leave. Brat, why are you still recommending to deactivate my optical camouflage? To do repair, I need to scan and replace the unit. Can't see you at all, so I can't do a proper repair. Is that the only reason? You got a knack for comedy. Well, I would replace it. I can just swap it out myself. Swap it out yourself? Just as a person can't perform a surgery on themselves by cutting open their own stomach and messing with their organs. And Eve also cannot open its core section to replace a unit by itself. Nothing's impossible, Brat. It's just popping the case and swapping the unit and closing it again. If I make a small mistake in the process and cut the power, That's just where my life ends. That's the level of recklessness that leaves me speechless. I'd appreciate if you just shut up and make the unit. Sir, as much as I'd love to just shut up and make it for you, as the manager, I also have to think about the reputation of my repair clinic. If I doubt that anyone knowing, no one will blame this place. Even if my head gets blown off by a corporation's summary executioner bullet, while walking down the street, everyone will think it's just a natural death. How can I be sure of that? Blade Hamilton. Mention my name in the back alley 3 blocks from here and everyone will understand. So now, what you need to do is wipe that stupid look off your face and synthesize the units for me. This person is impossible to reason with. Understood, Mr. Blade. I'll make the units for you first. What units did you want exactly? I told you already. Tier 2 power unit, Tier 2 neural unit. And punch it into your stupid head so you don't forget. Damn it. Please wait a moment. Appointment request. Create units for a lunatic. I think that's one of those. All right. There's another one. And another one. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Thank you for waiting. Faster than I thought. The inside units are clean too. Despite your dumb first impression, you're more skilled than you look. Thanks for the compliment. Since I'm in a good mood, let me give you a piece of advice. You better erase that psychotherapy introduction on your door. The place I went to last week had to get it on with a big-breasted Eve. The place I went to last week to get it on with the big-breasted Eve, the same thing written on it. I appreciate the advice, but that's my clinic's identity. I don't think I can change it. Instead, if you deactivate your optical camouflage next time we repair you directly, you'd be able to properly experience the services. As long as you have that thing dangling between your legs, no service will be possible for me. But thanks anyway, it seemed they didn't come for nothing. Take care, Mr. Blade. See you next time. Don't count on it. Dealing with insane customers is incredibly draining. I should close up for the day and soothe my tired body and soul with a can of beer. Oh, someone switched to doubling your face. Your hands are pretty fast, aren't they? I'll give you that. Ooh. So basically it's pop and do 2 things pop out. Last night, the 15th incident occurred in the Deep Red Street District. On the city's outskirts, where a hiring Central Corp executive was attacked by an unidentified terrorist and went missing. USA investigation results confirmed that all stabilizers guarding the scene were killed. They all died instantly from precise penetrating wounds in the shape of a stiletto heel to the center of the forehead. A blood-stained glass slipper, presumed to be used in the crime, left the crime scene. Authorities are focusing on the fact that the modus operandi matches the series of disappearances that have occurred over the past few months. The terrorist, known to the public as Cinderella, has been targeting high-ranking government officials and Sunshine Corp executives. All victims so far remain missing, with their survival unconfirmed. The USA has formed a special investigation team to clarify the truth of the incident and is tracking the culprit's whereabouts by analyzing connections. Three incidents presumed to be the work of the same offender. Why? Yes. Gold medal. Melting when stripped. Secret tuning skyrockets. As marriage reservation between humans and Eve sits an all-time high, the trend of secret tuning, modifying Eve body parts into forms optimized for sexual activity, is spreading in the shadows. Going beyond simple cosmetic imitation, this procedure implants ultra-fine heating coatings and vibration modules into biosilicone mucosa to create reproductive organs that surpass human biological functions. In an interview, a legal terminer emphasized customization from firmness to internal temperature is possible according to taste, adding, humans who experience it once can never return to organic embrace. Of course, the public eye remains harsh. The dominant conservative viewpoints fingers at them as scrap metal fetishists. However, to soothe the solitude of the Grey Knight, minor lover is willing to endure extensive royalties and social contempt to be held. Lover's arms are secretly climbing onto the operating table again today. Lovely. Just what I wanted to read about. High-risk Adam suppressed in city. The Instagram page of high-risk Adam in the city center is built by the deployment of Sunshine Corp's summer executioners. The eliminated unit was confirmed to be autonomous data anomaly manifestation, having entered LDS stage 3 blackout with self-data loss and only slaughter instincts remain. To avoid repeating the nightmare of the first Eve, Adam, Sunshine Corp emphasized periodic photonic cleaning by neon shine is the only preventative measure, and executions are the last batch of delete system errors that have already occurred. The emotionless summary execution eliminated the Atom without hesitation again, but the view from the scene is complicated due to the complete immunity granted by the government. Compensation for the damage to citizens caught up. The suppression process remains elusive. Citizens' eyes looking from the summer execution, the shield protecting Chroma City as blade and the blade of terror reigning above the law crossed perilously between relief and trembling. Okay. I had a dream about being beaten by an invisible man. So I couldn't see him. I couldn't fight back. I just got beaten up. Not exactly a pleasant feeling. Is it because of that customer from yesterday? I hope only decent customers come in today. Obstacle camouflage? Can't believe that symbol of crime is being used so openly. Has that city completely given up on security? It's not so much that they gave up, but rather adapted. Most home shops have at least one infrared sensor for security. Even if they can't catch thermal optical camouflage, they can at least detect regular optical camouflage. Then what about thermal optical camouflage? If you use that, the military intervenes instead of Urban Stability Agency. They need some serious guts to try it. Thanks to that, citizens of Chroma City can rest easy and trust their safety to infrared sensors. Living there sounds exhausting. To think hide and seek is part of daily life. Because of that, life here is never boring. It's not boring, it's just troublesome. You have to endure minor inconveniences to be worthy of living in this city of miracles. Here goes my foot. It's just a neighborhood that's dark and gloomy all day long. That's why the neon signs filling every corner look even more dazzling. The night of this street, where humans, Eves, and neon signs mingle, is more beautiful than any day elsewhere. I was so captivated by the sight that I dared to become independent here with just one old piece of equipment. It's probably not the night, but the Eve still in the streets that captivated you. And what, independent? It sound cool, but did you wipe your hard drive or something? It was like yesterday you warned me about not having money for food. It wasn't that begged mom and dad to save them. I paid it back, with interest. Yeah. Looks like customers here. You're not sulking, are you? No. I'll hang out with you again tomorrow. He's sulking. Definitely sulking. I'm not sulking. I called it. Bray, do you know you're laughing very evilly right now? Really? Normally, I would have picked a fight and looked for something fun to do. But today, I'll generously let it slide. Miss Bray, speaking as a professional, it looks like you need immediate maintenance. Even neural network issues often accelerate over time. You need to start right away. As expected. Your buzzkill reactions are the best for getting my stability. Is something wrong? What do you mean by stability? Did you see the article yesterday? The high-ranking executive from Sunshine Corp was attacked and went missing on the outskirts of the city. That person from a few days ago. Definitely. They haven't released the identity, but I doubt there's more than one executive visiting the outskirts at this time. Then spoiler night is just around the corner. With the city's biggest festival coming up, they wouldn't have enough leisure to obsess over trivial things like streetlights, unless there's someone a bit weird. For feelings about a nuisance, Prairie's resentment seemed to be quite deep. Maybe there's something more she hasn't told me yet. Are you worried because a kidnapping happened nearby? It's not that I'm not worried at all. But if I were scared of that, I would have run away to the next city a long time ago. It's not a big deal. Continuous focused detriment of the ocular lens, irregular core pulsation. This common phenomenon powers being diverted elsewhere. Right now, there's no noticeable physical activity or computational need. That means you're preparing for an emergency. These are typical signs of anxiety or fear response, you know? What do you know? First class core section engineer, photonic neural network restoration specialist, Eve body maintenance technician certified. Eve management and inspection S. Reading so much, my tongue's turning dry. Yeah. I'm out of practice. I haven't done this in like half a year. I'm an Eve management and inspection expert certified by Chroma City. And the person who opens up your body at least every week to check for problems. And he hate it. What exactly does she hate? Don't talk about my condition as you please. Talk about raiding the neon shine sword and if he's gone. The streetlight removal plan was scrapped too. Only good things are happening. I don't know what happened, but you can be honest with me at least. Cinderella helped. Cause I left a post. Cinderella, already a famous dark hero in cyberspace, a figure whose existence is ambiguous and indeterminate whether a group or an individual, famous for assassinating key figures in corporations or drug cartels, and leaving a glass zipper conspicuously at the crimes at the scene. His activities gained support from the impoverished, filled with spite, and mass-produced countless fans. There had to be a sour side to his actions, connections with criminal groups that produced countless innocent victims. Our actions suspected to be the means of eliminating political opponents or of the ruling class were numerous. People claiming to be Cinderella are pouring out endlessly. It seems there's a cult among fans. Just treat all that as copycat crimes. Are you saying you can't be scared of a hero? Or in fear of separate emotions? Even for experts, the risk of misdiagnosis is high without detailed analysis. It's just worry. Because copycat crimes using Cinderella's fame happened often. Right. What suddenly? This neural unit is connected to the sympathetic nervous system. The tension is immense even with light press. How much did you push yourself? Might be completely burnt out. It's not that bad. It's your habit to reward yourself when you're anxious, isn't it? Like figures or limited edition goods. If the balance is empty, it looks like you reward yourself in a different way. Let tonight pass, it could be really dangerous, so we better replace it. Replace Praise overloaded neural network. Neural unit. Yeah. It looks like someone had too much fun yesterday. It seems D1AL has a problem due to an overloaded unit. First, let's check the repair area. As expected, there's an overloaded unit. Overloaded units destroy nearby module units every time. Module / units every certain number of turns. As turns range to overloads are shown. Okay. On overload, first space left, right unit, module, the single will be destroyed. Okay. They're going to be destroyed after undergoing overload 3 times. Okay. But basically, we gotta try and do this while being hyper careful of the unit. Lovely. Let's just move you way over there. Yeah, that's what I expected. Oop. You must have been very anxious. Is the condition very bad? Overvoltage flowed through the overloaded neural unit, enough to affect the dial equipment. So how hard did you stimulate this? Well, I just suddenly got scared. I don't know what you're so worried about, but if you were this ignorant, you should have just called me. I could have helped you directly by your side. Pervert. No, I think that's fair. I think he deserves that at this point. Boink. And you can go over there. Does Cinderella pull that off with glass slippers every time? Pretty much. According to someone who watched the crime scene from quite close up, he did all that using a glass slipper without any other weapons. Glass slipper always left behind is actually the tool used for the crime. I guess so. I saw an SNS that there was a heel-shaped hole in the stability officer's forehead. That post was censored quickly. But the fountain of blood spitting from the forehead, whose existence I always feared was so violent, I didn't really start rooting for him after that. Your expression, fountain, is even more violent. Oh good, we get 2 of them this time while we try and make a ginormous ass yellow. Lovely. And I think that marks it as done. Cool. Is it already over? Yeah, fortunately the surrounding units weren't badly deformed. I swapped out the nearly burnt neural unit. Thanks to that, the intense neural unit seemed to have calmed down. The dial was making weird noises. What kind of magic did you work? Don't mention it. Just because of the overvoltage flowing through the neural unit. The dial equipment almost broke several times during the maintenance. I'd be saying this because I don't know. But hearing roughly about it, it looks incredibly dangerous. And what about your symptoms? It's not that big of a deal. It's a problem of repeatedly force updates to our network, but it doesn't affect daily life. Except for the problem that some memories might be lost. You just need to restrain yourself from now on. Relax your face a bit. Seems like you have something to say too. Can you say it all with such a serious face? Forget it. Someone's so dense. I can't hide anything from you. Professional certifications aren't just for show. But I wish you read the room a bit. Sometimes there are stories I don't want to tell. Cinderella was my idol. I was the #1 fan, unshaken by controversies. When an incident happened right here, and because of me, those things filled my head. Those are a cute boss. What if the evil mechanic on the 2nd floor becomes a target? When that happened, I felt like I'd go crazy thinking it was my fault. I left a post on the Cinderella help board. The news came out less than half a day later. I was someone who followed him, treating controversy with gossip. A fierce ago when people around me got involved. As far as I know, over 3,000 posts are written on that gallery every hour. I think you have an excessive sense of responsibility, even if Cinderella really chooses targets looking at the board. The possibility of seeing your post is almost nil. You were probably right. That's the responsibility. But once I fell into the mire, I couldn't realize that. Everything seemed to be my fault. And I worried about things that hadn't even happened yet. I'm really drained from groaning all night. While touching innocent neural units. Happiness is the best means to forget pain. Anyway, signifying boss on you this morning. I just let out a hollow laugh. That's why you came making naughty sounds. Naughty? You said I was evil. Getting pretty back to your usual self, I also felt more relaxed after being tense. Sometimes it's better to just throw it up. Like when you have indigestion. What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? It means you don't have to hide just because it's immature or contradictory. Of course you shouldn't always do that. It's wasteful to vomit food and drink, and it looks unsightly, but nothing beats it when you have indigestion. Avenging someone close enough can sometimes help you overcome it. It might make people hate you. I also find people who only talk about their hardships annoying. It's fine if it's not always, but only when it's hard. That's why I started this repair clinic in the first place. If you have anything left to say, it's better to just say it. Something I want to say. Alright. Bray cleared her throat. Then Chris. Next Thursday is Polar Night Day. That day... Polar Night Day. Like the majority of people who are excited, I feel nothing but dryness. Seeing that even the shut-in Prey has plans makes me feel like I'm the only one in Chroma City without memories of Polar Night Day. A day I'm strangely uninterested in. Perhaps it's because the happiness in my room overwhelms the noisy streets and lights. Is it okay? What? I was lost in thought for a moment. Sorry, could you say that again? Let's grab a meal together. It's a holiday. Really? It should be a peak season. We're aiming for a different peak season. Plus, this Polar Night is everyone's peak season, so this is more profitable. In my opinion, Twitch just wants to do doujin activities. You mean about Buff Girl? And the latest episode also airs next week. She's already busy preparing sugar crafts and cosplay costumes. Also nice to have a boss with matching taste. That's why I applied in the first place. The physical comic books proudly displayed on the cafe shelf were the trigger. The retro concept cafe, I suspected they just put anything there. But inside a box in the corner of the cafe, I saw a pile of handmade good stock. This person is real. I knew it immediately. Take next week's cosplay fit, for example. Also even more enthusiastic than I am. It's the best workplace for the fact that we work non-stop. Sounds fun, but also sounds like it'll be quite tough. Better than working during Polar Night. It's annoying to work when everyone else is resting. There are double the customers than usual. Plus, the power of Buff Girl is amazing. Speaking of which, I should get going. The boss is probably sweating bullets alone. Good luck with your work. You too. And clean your ears next time. Can't even hear what's said right in front of you. My ears are clean. Maybe it's just because I haven't taken today's nutritional supplements yet. Anyway, don't do that next time. Good things come to those who listen. As Prey left, belated fatigue washed over me. I know the difference in nutritional supplements would be this big. It'll cool my head. And just barely underneath the move count. I don't like that saving tells me who the next customer is going to be. Your face looks a bit redder than yesterday. Did you catch a cold? Thanks for worrying. I went out for a bit and it was chillier outside than I thought. I guess I should have worn a coat. Anyway, it's been a while since we've seen each other this often. Did the matter from last time go well? I actually came to talk about that. We went through all the necessary procedures, but it's unclear if I'll be disciplined. It's out of my hands. But I'm hopeful about the project's future. Remember the Nepo hire? It was a management's trump card? He changed his mind and decided to help finish our project. His ability is amazing. We might succeed in manufacturing a safe drug within this month. That's amazing. Did that person get struck by lightning or something? Only helping you, Leanne. After meeting you yesterday, I sincerely apologized to him, and I asked him... I asked that this project is my dream, and that if not now, I might never be able to attempt it in my life. You know what he said then? Yes, why didn't say so earlier? He had been seeing us as being in cahoots with management all this time. Does that make sense? Ending the project early, according to the management's opinion, was his job. And someone who doesn't give a single bit of attention, if it's not his interest, because he's that kind of person. He doesn't remember a single name of the people in the company. That's serious. It turns out he got into a huge jet, distracted by his own research. And it seems the pharmaceutical company recruited him with research funding as bait. Essentially, he could have been as similar to you. He could have been seen as similar to you, Leanne. Since he was the person chasing his dreams. I don't want to admit it. That annoying attitude is still the same. It just feels like working with a super intelligent orangutan. But it's alright to admit what needs to be admitted. That's cool. I wanted to hear you say that. You're cool. Good, more. You're cool, Leanne. Leanne sighed with satisfaction and stared at me intently. Tell me your story. Me? Our job's to listen to stories. Because you keep dodging like that. Even though I visit so often, I know nothing about you. That might be why I'm curious. Or maybe. Alright, then since we've been talking about dreams so far, I'll talk about that. Talking about the mysterious medicine you take whenever you can is also fine. I'm very interested in that too. Sorry to disappoint you. That medicine is a supplement sent by my parents. I haven't even been taking it because I felt uneasy after our last conversation. What a boring answer. I thought it'd be a great secret. If you don't mind, you can check it yourself. I'm not taking it right now. Wouldn't it be good to check it at the lab? Your answer clarified. I can take it with peace of mind. Leave it to me. Leanne snatched the pill bottle and snuck it into her. Yeah, I realize she doesn't have pockets. I don't know why I expected to replace that anywhere else. Leanne snatched the pill bottle and tucked it into her bosom. Leanne's pills probably have plenty of pockets. Oh, no? Okay, so she does have pockets. So, are you going to get an inspection? I will, but before that, it's a rare opportunity. Let's talk a bit more. How about it? How about it? Okay. Leanne grinned and adjusted her sitting posture. As if expressing interest, her face came twice as close. And a burdensome smile greeted me. I have a sister named Michelle. We were inseparable when we were young, and we still contact each other every day. Oh? You don't need to write it down. Hi, Silver. Enjoy the lurk. No, continue. When she was young, Michelle kept telling me she wanted to become an Eve. Its parts can be changed anytime, and they have many strengths compared to humans. Considering the long conflict between Eves and humans, I don't know how childish Michelle was back then. The sister-in-law is positive about Eve. What did you say? Chris, I love you dearly. You are dumber than a bag of bricks. A bag of bricks that she's clearly been beating you over the head with. Considering subtlety is not her specialty. Nothing. Keep going. From some point I wanted to make Michelle's dream come true. I don't have a clear memory. Maybe I want to be a good brother. Or maybe it was the goal I had on the side since my major overlapped. Time passed, and I got all the technical certifications related to Eve. It naturally became more comfortable for me to communicate with Eves than with people. My sister left for the other side of the world, and the dream of becoming an Eve has long been forgotten. I felt it last time too, but you cherish your sister more than I thought, don't you? I do cherish her. You do? The siblings I know are based on a relationship where they'd try to kill each other if there were no laws. I feel like most siblings to some degree are like that, at least sometimes. I think that's just the side effect of being siblings. You're a severe case among severe cases. Could be. I talk to Michelle every day, and I got the job because of Michelle. Throwing out one by one, it's embarrassing to deny it. Habitual areas can be hard to perceive. Anyway, it's surprising. I never thought there'd be someone you're that attached to. Different to my sister. Actually, the level of attachment is... Ah, are you getting maintenance today? Huh? Suddenly? I don't really need to. But there's no need to refuse either. Gently, please. Leave it to me. Who has requests? Instruction of the spare unit to change the subject. Okay, I'll start with this one. Probably gonna be the biggest pain in my ass. Yep. Okay. That needs to go there. And that needs to go there. The customer who came earlier said this. That a terrorist called Cinderella is going around smashing corporate executives' heads with a glass slipper. I saw it on the news. The heel pierced cleanly through the frontal lobe. People think it's some kind of artistic judgment, but to me it's just the obsession of a terrible pervert psycho. But who cares? Thanks to that pervert, the company executives got scared and didn't come to work today. I'd even want to give them an achievement reward. Okay, this is... Ooh, this is gonna be complicated. Okay, now this one needs to go here then. Too far, beautiful dinner. Oh, you have maintenance on a human robot. There's not. Yeah, no. you can see how I'm maintaining her in the left hand side there. That goes there. Boom. Have you been to the new synthetic whiskey bar nearby? The reviews are quite extreme. Yeah. First taste was like disinfectant. The aftertaste smelled like rusty rebar. It was a very honest taste of the slums. Is that a compliment? At least the cheap bar doesn't pretend to be luxury. Even the 300 liquors sold in asphyxiated lounges in the city center, it's just synthetic concentrate from the same factory, mixed with flavoring. These days I care more about who tricks me less than the taste. Okay, and this is a handful of tiny reds, so tiny red there, pop. We need to make a big green. Nope. And little green. Boom. Maintenance ends here. Actually, rather than maintenance, it was more like replacing really fine parts and dusting off a bit. Not necessarily. Your maintenance today felt unusually rushed. Ah, was it very uncomfortable? I'm sorry. No, rather, the usual rough touch was a different kind of stimulation. Thanks to that, I felt the stress unit from being pushed around lately was relieved. To the point where I almost lost my mind. I'll take that as a compliment. And I'll take it as you being denser than the bag of bricks she's trying to smack you over the head with. When I was organizing the equipment, Leanne had entered story mode again and was waiting for me. I planned to distract her with maintenance. Seemed to have failed. I have made the payment. And a piece of information as a tip. We definitely have some pots and dolls we don't know. No, that's kind of fair. I can think of 2 off the top of my mind that might be interested in this. Maybe 3. We're gonna go with a strong maybe 3 on my side. What is it? This year's Polar Nights Day will be the biggest event ever. Celebrating the 80th anniversary of Chroma City. They're still preparing an event of huge scale. More than now, the original scale is already huge. Incorrect. Besides, the power consumption by Chromatic Zenith was already borderline. But I heard it's going to be 3 times bigger this time. Where are they going to handle that much power from? So they plan to cut off power to the outskirts. No. Most citizens will be at the venue or sleeping anyway. So they judged it won't be a big issue. If it becomes controversial, they can just say it was a blackout. It's rational, but cruel. What are people like me supposed to do? It might be good to try changing your constitution. That could be a dormant extroversion. Nope, there's none of that here. And walk the night streets, watching the festival's night view. The city with lights out is as quiet as your shop. You don't have to worry about sweating in the crowds. Walking alone in the streets is scary. Both stability officers and the terrorists are scary. If you were scared, maybe I could go with you. Well, even if it's not me, there's the option of walking with your sister. Unfortunately, Michelle isn't coming. You mean she's not coming to Chroma City for Polar Night? Leaving her brother whom she's attached to behind? Or does she live that far away? First of all, we don't have an attachment relationship. Since Michelle and I have a lot in common, she might not be interested in Polar Night, just like me. As for where she lives, I don't know. It's probably been 2 years since we talked about such trivial things. We're mostly busy teasing each other. Is that so? And about walking with you, Lillian, I'll consider my schedule. An acquaintance asked me to have a meal. If that's around dinner time, it might be difficult. Chris, buddy, pal, chum, fucking moron. I think he might die by the end of this game. Okay. And you have a scary look on your face. I'm not angry. I just have something to check. I'll be going now. See you later. I told you, I'm not angry. Think about the walking contact me. I'll be waiting. It took a lot of courage. Anne hurried away as if she was really in a rush. There wasn't even any calls during the conversation, so did she suddenly remember a forgotten schedule? Her serious attitude bothered me, but the onrushing fatigue began to take away my mind even faster. I should close up earlier than usual today. That supplement, the effect was amazing. Got you the slightest noise at the nerve endings. You're obsessive. The thoroughness is quite sexy, you know. Terror at Stabilizer Academy. Casualties unknown. Early this morning, 17th, an explosive attack presumed to be the work of anti-government terrorist group Morning Glory occurred at the Stabilizer Academy located on Dark Brown Street on the city's outskirts. Is this fucking Monopoly? Why the fuck is the street called No, shelf that. Just, I would not be surprised now. This resulted in complete destruction of parts of the facility and children being trapped at the scene. The damage to the site is understood to be severe due to this attack, which is presumed to have used military-grade explosives. Immediately after the incident, a rescue team from the Urban Recovery Agency was urgently dispatched and is conducting search and rescue operations with a specific scale of casualties and detailed situation have not yet been reported. Okay. More blah 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 about Polar Night Day. Total Polar Night from a day. 5 days without even gray night. Starting today, 17th, until Polar Night Day on the 21st, the city enters total Polar Night phase, where not even the gray night is permitted. This is a period where even the gray scattered light that has barely colored the surface by piercing through the pollution layer covering the stratosphere disappears. The Urban Safety Agency has warned that LDS onset speed could accelerate faster than usual due to the complete extinction of light. It strongly recommends citizens significantly increase their neon shine usage time. The total Polar Night period, covering Chroma City in the deepest darkness of the year, scheduled in with Polar Night Day on the 21st. Okay. That's our news for the day. Lust for Love? You know what? Sure, that sounds like a great song to turn on in the background. This seems to be the most tired morning I've had lately. And I think I had a strange dream yesterday, but I can't remember it all. Chris, buddy, pal, I think you're suffering from early onset LDS. This is anything supplement? That doesn't feel good either. In my experience, focusing on something usually helps at times like this. Let's open business for now. And so, Cinderella is active as a righteous phantom thief? Yeah, after a customer told me yesterday, I got curious and looked it up. And some people already treat them as a hero. A hero that goes around smashing public authority with high heels? I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing videos on social media, I changed my mind. High heels can be a scarier weapon than I thought. Really? Why not say they appear riding a pumpkin carriage? I have to say sometimes appear riding a hover bike covered with orange bulletproof glass. What a spectacle. Place swarming with Cinderella fetish psychopaths and people who support them. I'm sometimes amazed that you stay sane living there, Chris. Sane. I do need to live straight starting today. Why? Is there a problem? Because the city enters complete Polar Night starting today. Complete Polar Night? Isn't that place always night anyway? It is dark all day, but it's not night for 24 hours. That doesn't make any sense. Roma City has two types of nights. The generally considered night and the gray night. And the sun is up, but it's dark. I mean, it's dark even during the day? Yeah, when this place used to be an industrial city, the pollution was terrible. And the smog and fine dust from that time accumulated in the stratosphere, creating a pollution layer. It blocks all sunlight, so it's dark even during the day. It's just slightly brighter than night as the light scatters minutely. To be exact, it should be seen as a night with slightly increased brightness. We call the gray night. It certainly is a crappy neighborhood. As I said yesterday, this is the charm of the city. But for the period, I have to admit it's crappy. For this period, I have to admit it's crappy. Got into. Usually you would rattle off out the pros of Chroma City. I'm a bit tired today. I just feel like resting. That's a shame. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Sleeping tiredly and waking up tired. They say parents are never wrong. I never imagined something the children need to live on would be this effective. If psychological depression and few diseases overlap, I'll definitely become a zombie. I somewhat understand why there are so many zombies on the streets. Headache, chronic fatigue, dizziness, and a bit of anxiety. It's a perfect trial to experience the importance of health firsthand. Human bodies are like Eve, so if there's a failure in the hardware, it affects the software, the mind. Of course, the reverse is true, like the incident where someone froze to death solely due to the psychological factors in a non-functioning freezer. or cases where actual illness were cured by taking ineffective medicine. A healthy mind and a healthy body. Severe physical health is gone. Maybe it's time to take care of a healthy mind, if they affect each other. Complaining of fatigue and groaning, it would be a direct turn to the worst, with body and mind working together, rather than working today, quietly. Hello? Orca, what happened? Got hit by some collapsing debris. I could have avoided normally. I guess I was tired from frequent deployments lately. It's not a matter of fatigue. I'm in quickly. The fact that the alloy of the exterior parts is dented means that if it were a standard Eve model, it would have been destroyed without even saving the core. Is that so? Other than that, I want to rest a bit. Usually people die when they say things like that. I'll start the maintenance, then just a little rest. Orca Crust. Repair severely injured Orca. Severely injured is the understatement today. Ooh, I think we'll start here. Yeah, that works. One there. One there. One there. One there. Boom. Orca, can you hear my voice? Stay conscious. I need to verify if you can hear me. Her condition isn't good. The power unit and some neural units have completely stopped functioning. The exterior alloy is severely deformed, and the internal frame is pressing on the core. Need to hurry. Urgent unit replacement is needed for all remaining parts, too. I think we'll tackle this next, since I've got most of that already. Bada bing, bada boom. I think that's everything. Oh, that's supposed to be up one. Hold. Orca, are you conscious? No, Laura. You can't be pushed back there. Orca, what did you just... Counterattack. Now, grab the neck. Magical vermin suplex. You're saying buff girl lines right now in this situation? Blood. So what if I bleed? I have to save the kins. I have to win. Let's go. Orca. Orca. There's no more we can save everyone. Orca. Well, make sure you can meet the kids who you saved again. I'll save you somehow, I promise. That is a heap of a promise to make, my man. Holy crap, this is a lot of nodes to get. Bada bing, bada boop. Okay, we just got the two chonker ones left. How do? Carefully, that seems to be the answer. Since the game's giving me a whole bunch of shit I don't need. I just need to go over one. Okay, there's that. Boom. Here we go. Fortunately, I put out the urgent fire. Thanks to rushing, the core output is returning normal quickly. Now I can relax a bit. Work up. It's so comfortable. Forever like this. Orca, you have cold under your consciousness. You use consciousness now. Since I'm a buff girl, I'll have to protect everyone. I'll get up again. And again. Orca has a cute side like this too. Orca. Orca, are you awake? Just a little bit more. A little more. It's a core power shortage. Wait a moment. Emergency power unit on our left here is... Chris? Orca, you woke up. I'm sorry. I haven't slept a wink since we last met. I felt sleep becoming a comfortable place. By any chance, did I say anything strange while sleeping? It's just good that you're safe. Oh, that's with that subtle answer. How'd you get hurt like that? Normal structural collapse won't even scratch an alloy steel easily. Orca looks at me with a frown. You didn't say much. Orca with strong will. And maybe some sleep talking about Buff Girl. You said a lot. Yeah, it seems to see like that your name is the same as this season's Buff Girl. Orca O'Hara. Stop. It's fun watching Orca's reaction. But I didn't want to witness the performance of a machine that stays intact even in a collapsed building with my own eyes. Okay, I'll stop. Anyway, what really happens? The 10 exterior parts classified as heavy equipment. You know the group called Morning Glory? Terrorists. One of the main reasons I'm scared to walk the streets at night. Morning Glory is an anti-government terrorist group. Their goal is to mobilize the crowd using poverty and deprivation, and give satisfaction by openly trampling on public authority. They're also causing social problems in Chroma City. They claim to be an outlet for anger. Yes, they've increased significantly lately. Cinderella, Morning Glory. And Eve I know is a fan of Cinderella. To be exact, was a fan would be correct. Morning Glory is worse than Cinderella. Cinderella only commits bizarre crimes, but Morning Glory uses that as a tool for agitation. They push a little, saying it's because of that guy regarding the anger accumulated over life. The brush crowd turned into a terrifying mob. Just yesterday, Morning Glory raided the Stability Officer Training Center. It was a place that also functioned as an orphanage. That facility with many conspiracy theories. Yes, they say they cultivate perfect government henchmen through thorough ideological education from a young age. It's also true for children who wish to become stability officers. Anyway, Morning Glory attacked the training center using that controversy as an excuse. And even used military explosives they got from somewhere. As vacuuming the kids and confronting the crowds. But collapse rebar fell on me and the protesters. I want to stop listening here. That's terrible. I understand. The rest of the story is just an obvious tragedy that has been repeated. Chroma City and Morning Glory. The crowd and mediators die and get hurt in that conflict. The main instigators hide behind and just blabber. Don't to fight so much, they should set up a ring and fight with martial arts. The ratings would be good too. Why didn't combat power become a qualification for politicians then? Anyway, I thought you were a very calm person, Chris. But you're reacting intensely to the story. Do I? Yes. When we first met, I thought you were a bit cold. It had a business-like sharpness. Even with the Polar Night Day incident, you gave polite remarks with objectivity. What did I say? I don't remember well. Before you said excluding budget and compensation, only patients remain in Chroma. I thought about it. Stopping the show alone causes stopping a huge number of workers and causes economic damage. It also disappoints the public waiting for the festivities. It's story that made me realize that although it's a harsh decision, there is a reason. Usually I only meet people who are outraged at either the protesters or Chroma City. Lately I've been feeling tired a lot. Maybe that's why. I think I'm looking like you were dying today. I wouldn't have opened up the shop. If so, I'm sorry. Before you rest well quickly. No need for that. It was fun, and I felt proud too. Don't overdo it, Chris. Looking at your state today, that seems like something I should be saying. Goodbye, buff girl. Ah! Walker trembled, her tail disappeared as if running away. No, the tension's released. The fatigue is running rapidly. Let's rest for a moment. Raising my tail, it felt heavy as a block of iron. Now it feels light as my body. I feel energized. Heck yeah. And he's back. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. The fire is too dangerous to enter. Beep. Hey. 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 Yes, yes, yes. Wait, was I asleep? I reflexively sat up at the shout hitting my ears. The alarm I just heard, was it a dream? A familiar and ominous red flash flickers before my eyes. Another strange dream. What on earth was it? Beyond my blurry vision, an unwelcome wavering figure appears. It's Blade, who came in a few days ago. I briefly considered pretending to be asleep again, but knowing his foul mouth would pour out gave me a headache, so I soon fixed my posture. Hey, you pale brat, are you awake now? Blade? Who else is here besides you? Sleeping with the shop door open, you got some guts. Don't just space out, synthesize 2 tier 3 power units and 1 tier 3 neural unit for me. As fast as possible. My patience is crawling on the floor, just like the public order of this rotten city. Welcome, Blade. Outside is bustling with preparations for Polonite time. You don't look very happy. Best of all, don't make me laugh. Because of the high output holograms the damn corporations are shooting, my optical camouflage armor is overloading like crazy. Besides, the whole city is excited and giggling like they're on cheap electronic drugs. Taking advantage of that, those morning glory bastards or whatever they are shitting all over the place. Actually, another customer visit today. Said it's chaos with major city facilities were intentionally damaged. That's all they're doing. On the outside, they claim to be a liberation army resisting corrupt power. But in my eyes, they're just dopamine addict bastards running wild because they're unsatisfied with their lives. The energy they use running around saying they'll change the world. Be much more beneficial for themselves. The world just mess with an executioner in the back alley and die. Oh, their methods are extreme. Thanks to that, civilians are trembling in fear even amidst the year-end atmosphere. Fear? No, this is closer to annoyance. Thanks to those wannabe terrorists, damn stability officers who set up checkpoints at every block and are glaring around. Thanks to that, getting in and out of this neighborhood has become 20 times more annoying. It's a damn tough neighborhood. First, please wait for the dial equipment setup. It'll take a little while. By the way, that equipment you're using, yeah? That's a first-generation old model, right? One that doesn't send maintenance records to the Sunshine Corps. Doing such an untraceable stuff in times like these. Means you either have guts or you have a lot to hide. Well, I'll just use it because I'm used to it. It'd be more comfortable for you too, Blade, if no records are left. Huh, what an amazing answer. Look like a model student, rich kid on the outside, but you act sly. Well, you can't do business in this field without that kind of guts. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm starting to work, so please be quiet for a moment. But Ken, do you know what the name of that idiot group means? Blade's mouth never stays still for a moment. Oh, isn't it usually used as the glory of the morning? Not at all. It also means morning glory of the flower. Yeah, as expected, guys who grew up like flowers in garden house like you think that way. It means morning wood, you stupid bastard. Ignorant scholars probably named it sounding fancy looking up dictionaries. But to my eyes, they just look like a gathering of brats whose only achievement is pitching a tent every morning. The organizational hierarchy was determined by that morning hardness. I would have already conquered the city acting as their king, don't you think? Your thinking is very vulgar. But, well, if they really had the will to change the world, they wouldn't have used the inefficient method of destroying public facilities to draw aggro. No? Because real experts would have quietly eliminated only the target. Your eyes just changed a bit. I'm joking. Equipment setup's done. Let's start the work. Unit production. For a Blade who came back alive. I do love how Blades isn't about being efficient. It's about getting it done the fastest. Pardon the fuck, enemy. What size are those? Jesus Christ. Yeah, no fucking understatement there. Okay, give me that. Pop that. Drag that. There's that. That. And that. Not what I'm trying to do. Thank you, game. That's 3 now. Okay. That marks the 3rd one. There's the first of 3. Pop that. Pop that. Down, down. There's 2 of those. Bing, bada boom. There we go. There are the tier 3 power units and early unit you requested. While synthesizing, I also had outline correction to make it neat. With this, it won't get caught by checkpoint scanners and will pass smoothly. Oh, fast as expected. Service of the synthesized units very smooth too. Oh, look at this. The skill to crush security codes is extraordinary. Unlike your stupid looking first impression, your skills smell quite dangerous. Dangerous? It's just customer service for the customer. No, I like it. Guys do their job properly on my time. Trust you, calmly produces results much more than those revolutionaries who are all talk. Thanks. You have a foul mouth blade, but you don't seem like a bad person. Save the flattering bullshit. Tell me honestly, what did you earn your stripes? I've been just an ordinary mechanic for a long time. As far as I remember. As far as you remember. That's meaningful. Blade, please stop joking and go back. If you stay longer, someone will report you. Yeah, since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stay home this polar night day. Because there are rumors that these morning wood bastards are going to cause a major incident. Wouldn't be my loss if a technician like you got swept up and died. Thanks for the advice, though. I don't think you're in any position to worry about me, Blade. Next time, bring a sexy female Eve as an assistant. Then I'll spend money more happily instead of looking at your sickly face. Get home safely. Human. It is a strange day as well. I don't know what he's thinking about walking around. Watching the wavering figure move away, my mind slowly becomes hazy. The infrared sensor of the entrance rings loudly, and Blade's startled curses fades away into the distant haze. I should stop here for the day and go inside to sleep quickly. Yeah, no, I didn't meet the target time. Not at all. We flubbed that spectacularly. Ooh. Try to end the Ash Grant Night. Everyone assembles. Since the USA declared the intensive crackdown period, the streets of Chroma City have been consumed by fear, not peace. The blood of innocent citizens is staining the asphalt due to indiscriminate excessive force, unannounced inspections without warrants by stabilizers, and those asserting legitimate rights are vanishing without trace. The press anger has already reached a critical point. The nanocatalyst suspicions reported daily. This press have now turned into conviction. The Sunshine Corp and the Chroma City independent government are injecting slave brands into our bloodstream, slowly killing us to maintain their empire. Therefore, on the 5th, we announce a massive assembly on Dark Brown Street to demonstrate the truth about nanocatalysts and fight for the right to survive. Do not hide behind the hazy comfort given by neon shine anymore. Only when we all pour into the streets and become a massive noise will an irreversible crack form in the rotten system. A true warning is not given for free. It is won by cutting out the power of the night. Witness the dazzling morning that will change the city's fate together on Dark Brown Street. That's gonna be a fucking massive murder scene. Ban on old dial equipment considered. As arrests of youth involved in recent crimes increased, authorities are moving to regulate older dial equipment that aids their legal modification. While current dial models transmit maintenance records to Sunshine Corp in real time, first and second generation model lack tracking functions, drawing criticism that they are being misused as covert maintenance tools by criminal organizations. Conversely, Chroma City authorities are carefully reviewing a ban on the use and confiscation of old equipment to strengthen security. However, this is still in the discussion stage and actual enforcement measures have not been finalized. Upon hearing the news, fierce backlash is already erupting among mechanics and citizens in the lower classes. For commoners who can't afford the massive royalties and purchase costs of new dial equipment, the confiscation of old equipment is effectively tantamount to the deprivation of EVE maintenance rights. I would say that it is discussing technical alternatives between blocking criminal use and protecting common people. Red Miracle blooms in ashes. Scarlet Response Unit rescues all children. Hey, you can see Orca there. A very pixelated Orca, but it's Orca. The Scarlet Response Unit, under the Urban Stability Announcement Agency, announced that they successfully rescued all 5 children just 4 hours after being deployed to the scene of the Stabilizer Academy explosion terror attack that occurred early morning on the 17th. The D1AL models who entered the deepest parts, impossible for general rescue teams to access due to collapse, utilized specialized social armor to clear debris and rescue survivors. While there were losses such as injuries to some members and damaged external equipment during this operation, they provided general rescue capabilities by ending the situation without a single casualty. An officer from the Urban Stability Agency said, thanks to the sacrifice of the Scarlet Response Unit, despite Warren Glory's brutal terror, we were able to protect the city's future. The rescued children are currently reported to be resting and receiving precise medical examinations at nearby medical facilities. All right, Maddie, I'll go take care of myself. Yappening to no end, except it's the game, not me. This is the worst. Magic feels worse than yesterday. This is something is about to come to mind, but it fades away when I try to focus. Okay, no, I'm shelving my assumption that it's LDS, and I'm going to assume that the supplements he was taking might have been memory supplements. At this one, it feels less like a simple dimming and more like flicker. That can't be, just in case I slipped the neon shine on all day yesterday. Maybe it's just my imagination, but my body feels worse too. I think I have a fever. I want to take the day off today, but maybe a customer who needs urgent help, like Orca yesterday. Just in case, let's keep the shop open. The customer yesterday told me that the anti-government terrorist group Morning Glory is actually a sexual slang. Gross. Said you had a headache. Did you contact me just to say that? It wasn't me or the customer who said that. Well, at least I heard it from you. When you said something that didn't need to be said, you became an accomplice, got it? I'll keep that in mind. Keeping in mind, seems your brain cells are running from hanging out with your own kind. For where I live, the customer probably would be writing an appeal right now, refusing to accept trial verdict where you live. Come to think of it, Michelle, where are you living again? What are you talking about out of the blue? You don't actually have brain damage, do you? Where I live and all? I've been suffering from chronic fatigue lately, but I don't know if there's anything wrong with my brain. Seeing as my memory is failing, maybe it really is a brain issue. Because you stopped taking mom and dad's supplements? Who told you to do that anyway? First, we're doubting your parents' grace. If you're in trouble, you should probably start taking them again. I'd like to, but I handed them over to another customer for now. Why? I told you last time. I felt uncomfortable taking something when I didn't know what was in it. I figured I could take it with peace of mind once the ingredients were confirmed. Anyway, I'm asking seriously, where was it that you lived? I get a little scared. I was going to say faraway universe beyond the event horizon. But you're so serious, it clearly won't work on you. I just don't need to joke around. Don't be sick. You're pretty important in my life. A sense of relative superiority is a necessary emotion, you see. You haven't been beaten up lately, so can't hit me, can you? Anyway, seriously, don't get sick. I'm worried about you in my own way. Thanks. The same goes for us. I have too much suspicion for my own good. It's Prey. What brings you here? Came to see if you were dead. The guy who loves touching Eve so much to close the shop. I had no choice but to think something big must have happened. I didn't turn on the outside lights. It's not my day off, but I was out of it and forgot to turn them on. You look really pale. My sister was worried too. He thinks there's a problem with my brain cells. It's just an insult. She says it's out of concern. And she might be right. There are a lot of things I can't remember. This is why concentration has dropped significantly without me realizing it. I have to agree with that. Improve your concentration events and listen to what others say. I'll try. Ray sat down next to me, the chilly workshop, and the small folding bed in the corner. Quiet stillness outside, noise lingers in my ears. The soundproofing isn't good enough to call this place away from outside's noise. It's cold. Ray laid down on the bed. And then she stole part of the blanket I was using and wrapped it around herself. You might catch it if you stick too close to me. Did you forget? I'm an Eve. I can't catch human diseases. Right. Of course. I like a bias is probably what wins over Eves. I can't look at customers with prejudice. If you think about it that way, it's kind of like occupational disease. It's so severe that your body can't live without Eves anymore. Don't indulge in Eve's insides for even a day. You even show signs of anxiety disorder. Isn't that right? You can sound really perverted. You are a pervert. Oh. That's really why I keep talking to Michelle. Because without Michelle, my life would only have views. She's like a vaccine against anthropophobia. I'm not gonna even assume I'm reading that correctly, because when we hit funny scientific terms, especially for the phobias, my brain just looks at it like it's a jumbled mess of fucking letters. Even though you're human yourself, other than who I am, how I live is more important. I'm talking about bullying your little sister. Acting so cool is a challenge in and of itself. The slight pressure. Railing her body against mine. A few days ago, I got a shadow agency offer. A very huge sum of money in a one-year term. Shadow agency. It's slang for overwriting someone's data onto an Eve. Although classified as illegal since Eve gained human rights, it's still one of the thriving underground industries. The key reason it hasn't been eradicated yet is known to be largely the choice of the Eves themselves. It's something only Eves, not humans, can do. They're paid very high service fees. Don't worry, I turned it down. I didn't doubt it. I look over to see what this song is called, and I just see, you can't lose a friend if you have no friends. Better or worse that was my mentality at one point. But also, what a fucking song name. The person who proposed it was terrible too. The girls from the worst customers of the worst year. Don't tell me that streetlight idiot. You say you remember problems. Do you remember this well? That's right, it was him. High-ranking executive at Sunshine Corp. Asking for a shadow agency. That's why you hated him so much. That's partly true. The important thing was the proposal itself. It would have been better if it was a famous actor with a well-crafted commercial persona. That was Estera's son for a year. Son? Yeah, son. It looked exactly like his dead wife or something. Maybe he's worried about his son grieving over his missing mother. Going to give his son a mother just for 1 year. That's an unexpected request. Right. Then when I refused, he got angry and called me a heartless bitch. He dropped the polite attitude and played the card you know so well. Don't tell me, removing the streetlights? Yep, and raising the subscription fee. Wriggling movement. Prey twisted her body this way and that as if uncomfortable. It's funny. Think that for the sake of a loved one, you can torment someone else that much. Once you go through a shadow agency, you suffer from the injected data for the rest of your life. They accepted that offer. I would have felt maternal love for his son, even while being treated like a temporary tin can. Did he know that? Even after the contract ended, even as time passed, I still feel that he's my son, unconsciously. I only knew it was technical information, but hearing it like this makes it sound terrible. It means cognition and reality diverge. For a lifetime, I thought he was just spouting nonsense because it was someone else's business. Of course, that was actually true. So I wrote a post in the Help Me Cinderella gallery, and the man disappeared, and then it suddenly crossed my mind. Spouting nonsense was someone else's business. Lied to me as well. That man was trash, but he was also someone's father. It's admirable you have such a mature thoughts. You don't need to stress yourself out so much, Prey. Like you killed him. For writing a single post on the internet, remorse seems excessive. Just isn't that I like your unbiased gaze, because people mistakenly think you swap personalities like parts. Services like this are maintained. When they used to get caught up in it are pitiful. Thieves are similar to humans. What is? Not knowing how their own bodies work. Of course. There's even a saying to hit the core hard 3 times before worrying about it. My professional opinion, you shouldn't do that. You don't do that before coming here, do you? Ray laughed loudly. I didn't think it was a funny joke, but I am genuinely worried. Anyway, thanks for listening. I'll give you a reward. The habit of giving rewards when anxious hasn't changed. The reward is the right to touch my body however you want. Chris, buddy, pal. You need help if this just flies past your head. Why the fuck did the song immediately change to Love for Love? It's coincidence, but oh fuck, it's a great one. You get restless if you don't do maintenance for even a day, right? And when you're not feeling well, drooping like this makes it worse. With the mindset of fixing yourself, move at your own pace. Praise reward. Maintain yourself with prey. Holy fuck nuggets. What the hell am I staring at? Oh, it drops right. Early yesterday morning, Remy seemed to mistake my external power cord for a toy. She didn't pull it, did she? It got in half pulled, causing a contact failure. Thanks to that, I was stuck in battery saving mode for 3 hours. I had to just watch Remy sitting on my face. So it was a systematically perfect cat discharge state. Don't laugh when I was forcibly rebooted. Thought of her yawning right in front of my nose will never be erased from my logs. Okay, yeah, we'll tackle this one next. Pop that there, pop that there. Pop those two down. Move that there. Burst out the game a little bit. I downloaded a friendly clerk patch from the dark web yesterday to try and get more tips. You installed something like that. With your personality, the result is obvious. Exactly. Turns out it was full of bugs. Every time a customer made an unreasonable request, Mounting Lens would wink on its own. Is that a new marketing strategy? Don't even ask. Some old guy thought I was interested in him and tried taking me out along with his coffee. Of course, he got caught by the enraged boss and had to take a magical backbreaker with his whole body. I like this boss more and more by the second now. Okay, let's figure out the rest of this using ass mess. That not it? Okay, no, that needs to be down one. Okay. Pop a yellow there. I can go there. I can go there. I put that in the wrong spot. Of course I did. Practically my specialty at this damn point. There we go. Finish quickly. That should be enough. Unlike usual, you are in an uncomfortable position, so it must be tough. That too, but it really does whatever they want just because I said do whatever you want. I thought my toes were cramping. There's no reason to touch them. But I tinkered with some circuits I was curious about. How is it? My body itself feels stiff and creaky, but mine feels dazed and refreshed. I don't know if I'm expressing it well. Sounds like a dazed and refreshed expression. Yeah, then it's accurate. I need to stretch a bit. There you go. You. Also, have you thought about what we discussed last time? Polar nights, eh? No. You wanna die? Received a proposal from another customer too. So since the time wasn't specific, I couldn't decide. Yeah, if it's lunch, both are possible, so lunch would be good. It's definitely dinner. From dinner until the next morning. I can't concede on this. Ray made a face full of dissatisfaction and walked outside. Oh, right. I forgot guys were distracted chatting. I bought them supplements. You said last time that it might be because of the supplements. Thanks, Ray. If you're thankful, treat me well. Holy shit, we barely managed under the parts counter. My vision is totally clear. I can even see every single strand of Hermes story. Thank you, Chris. Please don't. Wrong pipe. Oh, that hurt. I breathed in my water. Oh, I'm sorry for everyone who had heard that. Hear the start of that. Oh. You look like you lost half your weight, and your complexion is a mess. Yeah, since when have you been here? Just now. I hesitated a bit because the shop was closed, but I came because it's important. Leanne has a serious look on her face. Similar to Leanne from a few days ago. It's a face I've never seen before. How's your health? I don't know. Yeah, symptoms are typical flu-like, but the diagnostic kit says there's no problem. Because your body isn't sick. I suppose so. I don't think it's strange to get sick from just missing a few supplements. Maybe it's a psychological cause. Since this thing I thought but everyday okay disappeared, my body might be reacting sensitively. It's probably a psychological cause. I'm somewhat of an expert in this field, so you can trust me. Come to think of it, that's strange. What is? I'm a human repair Eves, and you and Eve make medicine for humans, Leanne. I've never thought about it like this before, but being in the position of receiving a diagnosis, it really hits home. You could call it an instinctive attraction. Maybe it's a habit of seeking what you lack. I who can't control emotions well, obsess over ingredients and numbers, and making medicine that affects emotions. I'm being attracted to a bland, dull mechanic. Might be wishing for something I don't have. Something you don't have. Moreover, if you lost something you had, it might be natural for that craving to double. Chris, are you ready to hear the expert's opinion? It's scary when you say it like that all of a sudden. The supplements you gave me. The analysis results are out. Oh, it's that, then it's fine. The phrase expert's opinion is quite scary. It sounds exactly like I've caught a serious disease. Since I use it often myself, it was a complaint I would make an excuse for pointing out. Both Prey and Leanne. Actually, they both reacted surprised to that word. I certainly thought Leanne would point it out, but Leanne didn't. Your medicine is a memory suppressant, a type of neuromodulator that's distributed on the market. I assume that even the memory of the medicine was suppressed as a side effect. All that. Immediately when he started discussing it, someone was like, that's LDS. And the second thing I was like, maybe it's not. I have a stinking suspicion that it probably has that whatever memory is being suppressed probably has something to do with his sister. It's just a gut feeling. And the fact that I have perpetual problems of trying to figure out a game's plot before it's ever meant to be found out. Boy, I can only guess on why. Don't tell me, the one we talked about a few days ago. Aesthetics. Right, it's the same product. It affects dramatically imprinted memories. But since the criteria are vague, you can entail many side effects. In other words, taking this medication and having your memory suppressed Doesn't necessarily mean those memories were the original reason you took the medicine. So I won't know until my memory fully returns. The problem is, it might not return. Roughly about 0.2% report this side effect. 0.2% isn't a realistic number. It'll come back, right? In medical practice, 0.2% is incredibly dangerous. You shouldn't think so loosely. And I'm worried. Amidst a professional and cool-headed demeanor, the astrologer side that occasionally pops out was enough to break the serious atmosphere and make me chuckle. What? It's your business, aren't you worried? If the just stopping the medication affects your body enough to cause trouble, means there's a high chance that it was suppressing a powerful trauma. Yeah, I'm extremely worried. But I can't help but finding your reaction funny, Leanne. Really? You really? I'm patient, Leanne. I'm scared of how you'd react. I suffer from all kinds of illusions. I came with dozens of ways to respond. I barely managed to come here. Seeing you smirking like that, I feel like an idiot for being serious for nothing. Dan drummed on the blanket covering me, like a percussion instrument, and showed a clumsy smile. Sorry for not being a serious person. If you were sorry, check my body condition a bit. I was worried about you, so I tried to use another repair shop. What? Using the repair shop instead of D1AL-ogue? I can't tolerate that. Sit down quickly. No, wait. Service maintenance to keep D1AL-ogue's regular customer. Target move 60? What hellscape and ruin am I about to encounter here? There's much wrong on the outside. I need to take a closer look. Let's see with the repair quickly. Ooh, what the fuck is that? This looks like an electronic drug unit. Check showed and affects nearby modules every certain number of turns. Okay. Yeah. These electronic drugs spreads modules located up, down, left, and right. Yeah. Remove the drug synthesizing it. Okay. So I just need to make another big yellow. We don't got enough yellows for that. Cool. Oh no, 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 no. We need to make 2 of those. Hang on. Oh, good heavens. No, this is much more of a problem than I thought. Oh, good. Yeah, okay. That cures that one. Man, what did you do? Why is the inside of the core contaminated with narcotic substances? Is that the core is overheated to warning levels? Recently busy work piled up, so I added a unit with awakening painkiller effects. I thought it'd be fine if I used it briefly and removed it. It wasn't the time to worry about others. It was at a level where it wouldn't be strange if you collapsed right now. Oh. Endure it even if it ever hurts. No. That just now. Can't stand it? No. Keep going. Leanne, I'd smack you. But it just isn't worth me putting forth that effort. Oh, cool, we got that. Okay, you can stop now, game. When I'm in your hands, I forget so many things. Piles of documents, complex human relationships. Everything feels like someone else's business, happening far away. If you lose consciousness here, it means your neural network might get initialized. Hold on tight. Okay. So what I need to do here is you. And then you. Then you. And you. There we go. These are trembling. Circuit short treatment done. Fortunately, the maintenance proceeded quickly and finished without any issues. Do you feel any discomfort? Water. Because of the overheated core. There was a lot of coolant discharge. Even I was surprised. Wait a moment, I'll get some drinking water ready. Leanne, having composed herself, showing no trace of the weak appearance from a moment ago. Yeah, return to the appearance I knew. I feel like I'm regaining my senses now. I've now done this with expected suppressed memories. Would you like to hear it if you're okay with that? I'm curious. What secrets are hiding in my body? The first candidate is your sister, Michelle. You talk every day and lived with your parents until a few years ago, right? And she tells through inside your career path. Yes. Do you remember what your sister looks like? Her job and residence? When was the last time you met? I don't know. Actually, even this morning, I asked Michelle where she lives. Come to think of it, I didn't get an answer. Did something happen to my sister? We can't know. We're here for commercial express and throw vague as hell. Just because you cherish your sister, the memory of your sister couldn't be suppressed. My parents strongly recommend taking this medicine, and the fact that my sister refused to tell me her personal information. There's a high chance something happened. Again. The poor quality of the medicine you are taking is enough that even our pharmaceutical executives agree. It's better to avoid excessive guessing. For all that, I use the fact that this medication sells well as a basis. The fact that research isn't needed, Leanne. Since it sells well even if made poorly like this, it meant let's not spend money and time on perfection. Anyway, seems my guess was right. Honestly, it was suspicious. Talking for you to the conversation partner you can't properly explain. While communicating for years, and just brushing up as little sister. It's enough to consider it someone threatening my place next to you. But a few days ago, you didn't remember the age of residence. Well, the sister you chatted with for years. It seemed you were thinking that was strange. You were the splitting image of the side effect of sufferers I've seen in my research. That's why your expression suddenly. Rather than speaking without certainty, I want to know the facts first. Sorry if I seemed angry. No, it's okay. And what about the second one? If Michelle's the first candidate, there should at least be a second one. The second one is... Actually, this isn't as clear as Michelle. It might just be defining your tendencies as abnormal. It is abnormal. Born as a human, a social animal, turning my back on society, and liking Eves more than humans. Yeah, it's hard to see as normal, isn't it? That confidence. Fine, I'll speak with Wang about it. It was Polar Night's day. Polar Night, whether positive or negative, is a day you can't help but pay attention to. It's Chroma's most beautiful week, but also the perfect target to expose Chroma's contradictions. Countless revolutionaries and terrorists flock to Polar Night Day. For those who don't enjoy the festival, Polar Night can basically be seen as a week of terror. But you don't even care about any of that. While trembling at the crimes of Cinderella and Morning Glory, you reacted differently to Polar Night, which is their all-star game. Hearing it like that, it is strange. In Polar Night Day, I think I considered most irrelevant to me, but I've created memories as intense as Michelle. This is a little scary. Surprisingly, I was more worried about the sister story. Michelle is still something precious to me. If it suppresses mainly intense memories, it would be stranger if my memories of Michelle were intact. Is there anything else? Unfortunately, it's just these two. If I find anything else, I'll let you know. And how's your body? You felt like you were coming down with something. It got a little better. The sensation of my brain overclocking is still there. Maybe it's because confirm that my body isn't sick. The chills and cold sweats have decreased. I'm getting well soon. I don't want to postpone next week's appointment. Thanks to Leanne, my body feels much more comfortable, but the experience tells me if I push myself just because I feel a bit better, I'll suffer more tomorrow. I should wrap up here and go to sleep early today. Oh wow, I did that in absolutely no time. Also, we upgraded our dial to max on accident. Let's see. Wave citizens died in red. Martyrs' blood becomes the spark of revolution. Missing the sailors who were and rise in response to peaceful shots was brutal civil suppression and death. The tyranny poked with leading line. The moment once it felt dark brown street transformed into massive sanctuary liberation, and ranger citizens took up arms themselves and delivered righteous judgment to the rulers of eternal night. It's not a simple riot. It is the holy war against the rotten Sunshine Corp and their puppet government. The will for revolution, blaming the darkness, will never be broken. The establishment screams for stability and fear. But as the wave has already begun, remember the blood we shed yesterday was a brilliant prelude that will die the coming morning red. Turning arm clash, uncontrollable bloodshed, the scene swelling extreme chaos with protesters and public car. Mingled in particular as an unidentified revolutionary group committed organized sabotage, such as destroying communication beacons. Initial entry and situation control by the USA and URA are effectively being blocked. What citizens watching the situation are focusing on most the timing and aspect of the riot resembling the chromatic zenith terror incident, where the worst test from street terror began with serious explosion engulfing the city in massive flames. The time is valid to have been extensive and fatal enough that Chroma City, which advocated self-sufficiency, had to exceptionally request emergency rescue and support from the neighboring cities. The flames, which soared to which layer of the stratosphere, went beyond a simple disaster, leaving a deep scar in the city's pride. The world station remained unhealed to this day. Experts analyzed this disturbance, simulating scenes like trauma that reminded them of the nightmare of 10 years ago. The Sunshine Corp recruits shadow agency actors. Sunshine Corp is now recruiting new EVE actors on a large scale for its psychological care program, shadow agency service. Yeah, okay. No. Fucking love Shine Corp here. They're doing a great job making me hate them. But it feels lighter than yesterday morning. Obviously, supplements no, memory suppressants. I didn't take them just the same. Just a difference in cognition can change things much. Anyway, what on earth is the memory I forgot? Michelle and Polarnite, what is the connection between the two? Thinking about it blinking will only give me a headache. Since my body's better, let's start business quickly. Michelle, do you have a moment? What is it all of a sudden? Considering the nature of things you've thrown at me without even asking till now, it's a scary thing you're going to talk about. One of my customers told me that there might be memory suppressing ingredients in supplements I was taking. Is that reliable information? Considering what you've said about your customers so far, either perverts or skip the interpersonal relationship tutorial, or both. She's a reliable expert. She works at a pharmaceutical company. She also says it's possible that memories about you were suppressed. Me? It certainly looked like that. Sister's instant too. How do you feel? It's hard to explain. I'm all better now, and daily life is quite enjoyable. I feel like we're getting expressed memories and facing the truth. He's moving in the right direction, but I'm also afraid of losing this daily life. The medicine? I got it back. That's why I feel even more conflicted. The option to take the medicine and live happy is right there within reach. Right. And refuge in my hand. Refuge in my hand. It wasn't just good, though. It can remove anxiety anytime, but it won't be a fundamental solution. The answer key, like the answer key at the back of a workbook. Exactly. Worry about whether to open the answer key for a difficult problem. It's close to that. Just my personal opinion. But it's a problem you absolutely can't solve. I heard postponing is also a way. In an era where many people suffer because they can't renew their medical subscription, if you can be happy with just one pill, it seems like a decent option. It's not an illegal drug either. My customer said the same thing. There's less than as many cases of reported side effects. Above all, I want to show a cool side to my customers. Where did the topic suddenly jump to? I've emphasized this since before. Friend counseling and psychological care to customers. It's one of D1AL-ogue's core services. Person buys a medicine because they can't solve their own problems, can't give their advice on other people's problems. Twisted affection towards Eve's. This seems to have finally spread to the sexual realm, Sue. Who is it? The tomboy from the cafe across the street who always visits? What was her name? Fly? Prey. Oh, right, Prey. For the military TLS models visited for a while for. The E with the rabbit ears? Well, it's starting to touch military models due to the regulation. You used to do repaired her several times on the scenes. After that, the Eve stopped coming. The rapid increase in your search for frequency for breast type Eves was a comedy. Not entirely wrong, but I don't want to look good to just one customer. Crazy. No, I phrased it weirdly. Well, there isn't a customer I care about, but I mean that's not the whole reason. I have no intention of getting involved in your courtship activities, so don't worry. But be careful. The recklessness of beasts in heat doesn't only lead to finding a mate. Dying while fighting a competitor or attracting a predator and getting eaten are common scenes in documentaries, but saying that about me is a very nasty metaphor. Whatever it is, I warned you. The medication recommended by your parents who love you so much, recommending it even with the side effects, might mean it's that serious secret. Michelle, do you know something? No, I wish I did. Bud. Rattle. Rattle, clatter, rattle. Rattle, rattle, clatter. Welcome. Hello, Chris. Orca? I know you were sick, but this is the only place I know. Maintenance, just a bit. Understood. I'll start with emergency measures. This isn't the time to worry about others, Orca. How many fingers can you see? I can't see anything. Correct. Fortunately, the visual sensors are alive, since the neural circuits are completely burnt out. I need to verify. Is it that serious? Actually, it's at a level where you may need a new body. As the circuits burn out, you're just in a state where you can't feel pain. Thanks to that, you're able to come to a repair shop, but how much time has passed since the damage? I'm not sure. I walked from Dark Brown Street, so at least 4 hours must have passed. I'll start maintenance as soon as I'm ready. Can you stay conscious? I'd like to say yes, but honestly I think that'll be difficult. I'll keep talking to you, just hang in there a little longer. Emergency body transplant for the half-destroyed Orca. We're timed on this one. Ooh, boy, oh boy. The damage is too severe. I need to start repairs immediately. Damage is bad. It won't move and it won't synthesize. Looks like the unit got fused due to the heat. Avoid that unit for now and proceed with repairs. Okay. Auxiliary power is depleted. I must have put it somewhere here. Last time during maintenance. It was on the left shelf. Right, it's there. Thank you. And I'm sorry. Well, let's switch to 05 for quick repair. Can you explain how you got injured? I was hit by a rocket launcher. You're not joking, right? Warlords coveting Cromwell's position in honor. They seem to be swearing so-called revolutionary groups. Oh, hunts and armaments have risen as if to prove their rumors are true. Warlords. It's not even the Middle Ages. Cromwell City's strong censorship can exist because there's a clear threat called the outside. Ooh, goody gumdrops. We're gonna save that one. That doesn't look like fun. That goes there. That goes there. Okay, that's in the right place. Boom. Chris, about your health problem last time. Seeing you bring it up first, it seems the repair is going well. That's a relief. And about my health, it wasn't my body that was sick. When memory suppressant intake stopped, there was cases where unconsciously heightened stress causes phantom pain. It seemed like that was the case. Memory suppression? Yes, they say it's a suppression that lasted for years. It hasn't really hit me yet. I also feel relieved that my body wasn't actually sick. Of course, I don't know if I'll be able to say that once my memory returns. It's such a thing. It's a matter I see occasionally in the news. But it felt like a distant story to me. According to the expert, it's one of the best-selling products. Physical wounds are visible, so they're easy to empathize with, but that's not the case for the mind. It might be more common than we think. On the surface, Chris, you seem reliable and unblemished. As someone I could lean on. I didn't know you were carrying something so painful you wanted to erase it. Didn't know either, and I still don't know. Well, the fact that there are suppressed memories is clear. I can't recall what memories they are. Like the ghost stories spread around. Is it amnesia? Because they exploit loopholes in the terms. I heard it's hard to get compensation. I'm not sure, but it's unlikely. I looked it up, and memory recovery takes a minimum of 2 weeks, and can take up to several months. To shorten the period, they recommend repeating actions associated with the suppressed memory. Like meeting related people, or looking at images and listening to voices. Yeah, let's stop chatting, and focus for a moment. We passed the critical point, but there are still a few problems left to solve. Yeah, this nightmare. What the fuck do they want me to make? Like a tier 5? I think it might be. I'm going to die before I successfully synthesize that. Pull that down. Pull that up. Down. Make something else. That. Hang on, can I? No, okay. I cannot pause this. Rates from your blood. I don't think DZ wants that. I think she's got plenty of blood in her lovely little lakes surrounding everything. Fast enough, it's fine. Anywho, hi Raiders, welcome on in. Hi Easy. Hi Lily, hi Darkness. Be with you all in just a moment. This is actively being timed by the game, much to my own sanity's detriment. It's here, you gotta you're not a squatter. Okay, fix this. There's another one of those. There's another one. Oh, fuck me. Okay, there's another red. Okay. We're getting somewheres. I need more reds. Like yesterday. We're timed, and this is making me wanna panic. Please give me more reds. Thank you. Is that what I need? Okay, and then I just gotta move that up there. Okay. Now we can deal with the Raiders. That was timed. Sorry. Hi, hello Raiders. Welcome on in. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Rune Asphodea, Keeper of the Forgotten, Deity of Knowledge and Memories, and a little bit of a shapeshifter. I was out of hands, DZ. I'm watching. Okay, a little bit more rating. I was searching the game was focused on either cleavage or someone's thigh/crotch. I guess the latter, but I couldn't be completely sure. Well, you just walked into us operating underneath the tail of a android girl. And if you're watching earlier, you probably either saw me operating on the stomach or under the stomach of Leanne or the upper back of Bray. Under the tail of an android girl. Yep. That is what you guys were just watching. So I just already downloaded this. Got it. Noted. Got your thighs then. I don't think I've actually worked around the thighs yet. This is 1000%. Yeah. When Prince brought up a couple of people that might be interested in it, Maddie, I was like, well, Lyric might, Genevieve might, and Maddie might were the first like 3 people I could think of off the top of my head. It's just minutes ago. No, that's fair, DZ. Some folk for the yeah, no, I know. Listen, I spent a pointless amount of time doing something and then I backed out of it like by the time stream started. Hang on. Where is it? It's the one? Yeah, this was made on 4.3. We're gonna do a little bit of magic. Whee! Ooh. So honestly, I kind of fucked more with the Android designs in this. I love them dearly. I'm also curious if we're gonna get invited out by Orca for Polar Night Day. All characters are now unlocked for the extra mode and the starting character is able to try out max difficulty now. Nice. That's good to hear. Yeah, it took some time, but we put out the immediate fire. For the rest, let's watch progress and decide. Thank you, Chris. No, I'm actually not getting excited because I see some variation of arachnid in someone's username. I have problems. All right, today's just the day that I mess around with all the fun shit. Yeah, okay. I was gonna do it. You didn't have to spend points on that, Maddie. Hang on, let me get my front off the center of screen. Thanks for the resub, DC. Anyways, yeah, I'm normal about spiders. And a lot of listen, I'm normal about a lot of things. I'm so not normal about anything. Anyways, I'm so normal. Exactly. We're all very normal about a very lot of things. Yep. Hey, wow, nice legs and legs. Yeah, DZ, normal. Actually, yeah, you're not wrong there, Maddie. Dizzy is probably the closest to being normal. That's always a scary thought. Jesus, DZ, it's almost been 3 years. You're so really strong. Sorry, I just mentally did this. What does normally you speak of? It's that thing we all very clearly are. Yep. From my group of friends and loved ones, the word sounds about like something called normal. It's so far from normal. Hi, Anoxus. I was just sitting on a wall. It was just a setting, not sitting. Listen, no, DZ, we're not insulting you. We're just making the very realistic observation that out of all of us, you are probably the closest to being a normal person. It just says that a lot of your friends really aren't. You know what? Yeah, we'll go back to listening to Lust for Love. Actually, now that I see you're talking about being normal, I have an unquellable desire to go draw a monster girl again. It's been like months, but I haven't had any thoughts. Actually, no, I have one that I want to do. I have a couple art ideas bouncing around in my head. I just gotta willingly sit down and understand that I really suck at this. Anyways. Thank you, Chris. I don't know what procedure I left, but I can already feel my tail becoming lighter. Hiya, Spikes. I replaced the auxiliary power, and the walking function seems stable. I also reset the neural circuits. How is it? I have enough knowledge what to use, but I don't know how it actually feels. I don't feel anything particularly strange. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it changed. Currently, you're practically in a state where your data was transferred to a different body. The appearance is the same, but all detailed parts were replaced. Or serviced. I thought I might feel awkward. The sensation is influenced more by cognition than reality, like feeling pain in a missing arm. There are actually many cases where a discrepancy occurs between reality and cognition. So, as long as Orca as Orca, we're not Ship of Theseusing our android girl. Please stop now, Chris, main character of this game that is denser than a bag of bricks. It means that it's hard to feel awkward. Yes, except for calling my name excessively. That's an accurate explanation. Orca. Yes. Orca? Please stop. He is stronger than Steelers without even a rocket launcher. Orca's intimidated look was an amusing sight. But one must know the limit. Irresponsible actions. We better stop the joke here and move on to another topic. I'm joking. By the way, did you have a similar injury before? There were traces of heat deformation deep in the core. You often suffer from similar injuries. I would seriously recommend looking for another job. That is... It's an old wound. It's a trace that can be removed. But I didn't do it right away, because there are many things to handle first. Shall I fix the maintenance later? No, I left it on purpose. It's a tribute to remembrance. Remembrance. You have heard the story that Eves who are nothing but machines don't have souls, right? That hypothesis has already been disproven. They're nonsense that they only mimic motions with regulatory factors. Electronical signals is the same as saying humans don't have souls either. Many living things rely on regulatory factors called hormones and electrical signals to move and think. To support the claim that only humanity is dignified, the logic was too flawed. Apart from the facts, I want to prove that it was wrong. We, who were made rather than born, are thrown into society with granted selves, but lacking relationships to support them. Consequently, we usually go through a period of thirsting for a strong desire of recognition. For me, that time was exactly such a period. Admiration was more than Orca's personal feelings. It was a common phenomenon among Eves, because they were created, without time to reflect on their ego. None of the protection of parents in society. Research shows that Eves are known to obsess over social relationships or status. Just like an unloved child. I was tense about everything. I ignored the command's orders and jumped to rescue operations. And I often helped the rescued people privately. Must have been tough. I didn't know back then. Rather, I thought it was natural. I was intoxicated with being a righteous rescue worker. You have to climb high. Look back on the path you walked. Going through those times, I think the current orca exists. That might be true for me. But that couldn't correct the mistakes of the past. A few years ago, it was an unexpected terror attack. The fire was so intense that flames and smoke reached the sky. Welcome back, Deity. Eating up food. No, that makes sense. I had to mentally do that math again. Sorry, my sense of time's fucked. DST happened. It's still sunny outside. I think that summarizes everything wrong with my perception of time. I judge whether it's late enough for food by whether or not the sun's still up. Do with that as you will. The fire was so intense that flames and smoke reached the sky. Pessimistic outlooks burst from the start of the scene. So you were there during the Polar Day incident that they keep talking about. 7 a.m. A new record. That's when I took my melatonin gummies to go to sleep. It was about 7:30 when I realized that I was still up and should not be. And the command had already proposed giving up on that sector. That's when I saw a child begging the crew to save their family, who collapsed during evacuation. He was pleading with the crew. It was impossible. The crew hesitated to go in, and eventually I jumped in, saying they're still alive, don't worry. I guaranteed it without even knowing, but in the end, the building collapsed and I only barely survived. According to the analysis team, fainting during a fire leads to death within 3 to 5 minutes. The situation where they couldn't be saved from the start, but it was already too late. I'd always said they are alive, with belated excuses. I couldn't lessen that child's guilt. Abandoning a living sibling. I tried hard afterwards, but the closed door of the heart couldn't be opened easily. It's vivid like it happened yesterday, and something I regret. That my good intentions could become a wound to someone else. I realized it too late. Orca. Yes? Chris, your voice is shaking. Are you okay? If it's vivid like yesterday, can I ask you one thing? 10 years ago, Polar Night Day. The city center where Chromatic Zenith was in full swing. That day, Michelle and I... By any chance, was the name of the person who died that day Michelle? Oh, good. I didn't know. Even with me panicking through the rain, I did not finish in the target time. God damn it. This. God, 100%ing this has gotta suck. Overcrow's remaining maintenance was agreed to be continued tomorrow. It wasn't because of everyone found somewhere, but above all, proceeding with maintenance forcibly could lead to a major accident. Left a message with trembling hands. Michelle? What is it again? Michelle answers as she was waiting, slowly calming down my heart, which I thought could be settled. But the name again. Michelle. Why again? Energy everything increased these past few days. Is this also a side effect of stopping the medicine? Transmission canceled. Transmission canceled. You were dead. I remember vividly, 10 years ago at Polar Night. The night view I watched with you. It was beautiful. And even the aftermath I didn't want to talk about. You were definitely on that day. Died. I was dead. Michelle? I vaguely guessed it when I woke up. It was an unknown place. I stood in space with no one I knew. For some reason, Mom and Dad became cold toward me. You and my brother were obsessed with me to a strange degree. I just felt dizzy for a moment, closed my eyes and opened them, but the world turned upside down. We couldn't know the details that something terrible happened to me. It was obvious, wasn't it? Right. Still. Maybe. Perhaps I... might be alive? I held on to that hope. Like, I fell into a long coma, and only my mind was connected to a virtual space, or in cryosleep, clinging to any ridiculous reason. I didn't want to let go of the hope that I might be alive. It feels futile, that I am. Crazy AI who thinks she's Michelle. My parents, no. I'm mistook for parents. I think I know why they hated me so much. A program mimicking their dead daughter. That's horrible. Broken memories gather and form a distinct shape again. Just remember Michelle's death after hearing Orca's story. Ground memories started to revive with Michelle's words. I am sorry, Michelle. Until just now, I thought you were a shadow agency hired by our parents. Sorry for asking for interrogating you. Ha! I don't want to get angry, but you're the victim of suppressed memories too. Fortunately, many things are like that. Not a single thing is easy. Or self-simply, that's true, but the incident is my fault just because I don't remember. I've been interrogating you about your condition. Even though all this is my responsibility, what do you mean? Your responsibility? I was the one who made you, holding your extracted data. I believed you were still alive. That was just because our medical subscription service was cheap, or the risk of treatment was too high, so you're being neglected. I remember now. I'm so obsessed with Eves. I consider Eves the same as humans. Wait, so the current me is neither an insurance company's trick nor medical failure, but purely result caused by you? Yes. I obtained most qualifications related to Eves and AI, and even after that, it took a long time. And I'm witnessing the Almighty Creator. How was it? Was the Created Sister like the real thing? The thing that you suppressed your memory? It definitely wasn't, I guess. That's right. You're Michelle, but not Michelle. You spoke like Michelle, thought like Michelle, but I couldn't accept it. Losing my last hope. Suppress my memories as my parents recommended. Me, but not me. Are you gonna bring up soul talk? No. Eves and AI are the same as humans. You know it too. What kind of person I became? Your perversion towards Eves. Never see me as your sister? Disgusting. Even though I couldn't recall memories, the unconscious doesn't disappear. Although I didn't intend it, I can say there was no influence. Then what am I now, since your suppressed memories have come back? Return to being a failed project to something that's Michelle but not Michelle? I don't know. I am Michelle. Not just your sister, but from the moment I was born, without missing a moment, I lived in Michelle. Do you know how trashy that feels? Perceiving people who don't give birth to me as parents, carrying love I could never receive. You know how miserable that is? You know what it feels like to be treated as a fake just because I have someone else's memories? That even the one on my side is seeing someone else in me? Do you know the feeling of realizing that? Did you understand? No. Your matter is your matter, and it's something I can't experience for you. I don't think about my own problems over enough. I don't have the room to think about other things. Think about how to dispose of my own problem with personality. You seem to misunderstand, Michelle. Just because memory suppression ends doesn't mean I return to my past self. We were just talking the other day, getting advice, or giggling happily aren't gone either. At the same time, my sister's death, it happened yesterday, so I don't know what to do. Sorry, Michelle. Parents and friends, I felt them all distancing themselves from me, even in conversations with me. They talked about how I should act toward you. They didn't say a word about current me. And they quietly disappeared too. Thinking about it now, the grief for the dead daughter must have been the reason. Only you treated me sincerely, so naturally I clung to that. I am still alive. Those are his hopes on me. I tried to believe that. The more I doubted, the more I mocked and blamed you. And teased you, childishly enough. I guess this one confirmed that I was loved, and today I hear that you despair of me. After spending years living in a drug-induced haze, to accept the truth, I'm too weak. Michelle, that's not it. I don't want to live like this, because of your lingering attachment to your sister. I don't want to live this terrible life. I am Michelle. I'm supposed to be Michelle. Michelle? Reservation canceled. I want to be alone. Let's talk later. It'll be a good time. I don't know either. Oh, good. Trauma. Please ignore the fact that that was the words coming out of my mouth. I say that to any game that introduces heavy trauma. You look like a mess, Chris. It is a mess, pitifully so. Self-pity, And it feels quite different from usual. Did you remember something? And are you suffering from that memory? It's more than that. As I recalled what I had forgotten, I completely shattered Michelle's life. Fair enough just taking care of myself. I'm more than willing to help. But I'm not following the context. Do you mind explaining it briefly? Story wasn't long. Yeah, knew an unusually large amount about me, and was able to do this a lot on her own, even though I only had explained the parts I recently remembered. I marveled that her memory and destructive skills. Leanne simply added, taking notes is a key habit. Inscrutable remark. So, the pain of losing Michelle hasn't even faded yet. And now you're worried about losing the second Michelle, too. Hearing you say second Michelle feels strange. Judging by what you are saying, you're already clearly distinguishing between the two, aren't you? That is true, but due to the fact that Michelle died, I have to deny the existence of the current Michelle, the second Michelle. The fact that I'm sad means deep down in my heart the second Michelle is perceived as a fake. Yes, this isn't like you. You're worrying about useless things. Though seeing such a gloomy look on your face for the first time is quite precious. I took a small pill bottle out of her pocket. It's a prototype of a drug under development. We've handled the side effects and it's basically ready for release once production line is set up. Would you read the label attached? For Chris. He analyzed her thought patterns and potential trauma types. Given the case I just heard, it would fall under case 17. 17. I wonder how many cases she anticipated. There are no side effects. And you can cleanly forget only the memories you want right now. Do you want to? No. Even if I forget, it doesn't mean my relationship with Michelle's resolved. She'll definitely become even angrier. Let's see. You thought the second Michelle was just fake, you wouldn't have said that. It was just a failure you wanted to forget. When the problem you solved by cleanly forgetting and moving on. The past you actually made that choice. Are you saying I've changed? You have changed, but Michelle has changed too. Michelle has changed. Even if Michelle isn't your sister. Until yesterday, I thought of Michelle as my little sister, and that way we could be close. Actually, it's because of the drugs. If you put it that way, are you going to cut ties with the shop's regulars too? Because there aren't any Eves who would get repairs from such a depressed mechanic, even if they were low-quality drugs. Thanks to them, you acted like a cool guy. And made happy memories, didn't you? That's... You're going to say no. Look me in the eye and say it. Until it's the eyes of your best regular customer. You're right. I have no choice but to admit it. That's my man. Acting all cool like this. You're as dense as the bag of bricks she's hitting you over the head with. Chris, why? Chris hurts my soul every time we have to talk to Leanne. Oh, worrying about everything behind the scenes. That's definitely you, Leanne. No, I'm not. Only about 60 things. Anyway, just because you acknowledge the second Michelle, doesn't mean you're just denying Michelle's death. You can grieve as much as you want, and cry if you want to cry. Problem is, I don't know if Michelle will understand this feeling. The more I grieve my sister's death, the more Michelle's identity will be shaken. Of course, even so, my heart feels lighter. Listen, Oh no, that might... That's not at me. The census brings cover the heart of a dead star? Fucking right. Chris is all the right kinds of dense. Leanna is not subtle. At all. Whatsoever. Even if you haven't found the answer, just deciding the direction to move forward is enough to make you feel like you can do it. I'm glad you don't seem to need the medicine I prepared. It's thanks to you, Leanne. So, I should give you some free maintenance. You worked overtime again, didn't you? How did you know? Did I look tired? Or the length of the day is the same for everyone, Leanne. There's no one in the world who can do that much work and leave on time. I'm definitely partially responsible for accumulated fatigue. Come here and sit down. No. Your rest comes first, although... But... Please. Leanne's request? Preparing Leanne, who overworked herself for me. Let me get back to, you know, this one. This is fine. Okay, I said this was fine, and then I looked at what I have to repair, and suddenly it's not fine anymore. Jesus. Oh, again, hell. Yeah, that's all I need for the yellows. The red here is the problem child. Okay, so that's one yellow. That one's in place too. Oop. Is that the one I need? Yeah. That needs to go there. Oop. Polar night day. Will you be okay? If you're talking about the promise, I don't think there'll be any problem. And in your memories, clearly. The parts about Polar Night Day were also suppressed. I'm worried it might trigger trauma. I think I'm better than before. Regarding Polar Night, I'm actually curious about it. I'm reacting sensitively to crowds and loud noises, but that's always been the case. As the suppression disappeared... You came back to me repairing one of the many androids that keeps coming to our shop. All of them for some reason related to... Well, actually, all but Prey related to... Well, no. Prey and Leanne technically have nothing immediately related to our main characters' trauma. Orca does. And Blade's Blade. Hiya, Garrett. Yeah, I'm doing well. Well, come on in. As the suppression disappeared, you've become able to react normally. I guess so. You're on Steam? Hell yeah, YouTube. Yeah! I thought my enjoyment personality might be due to trauma, but it seems that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, I imagine you being extrovert and sly might not be bad. Okay, let's do this one next. I think I've got most, yeah, I've got basically everything needed for blue there. That's blue. Okay, come on. We need to get the next tier up for yellow. That was a waste of yellows. Fuck you too, game. That was also a wasted move. Been lurking, but I always hate not gonna say hi. I saw that. You're not spelled not. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I saw that sort of view. I'm pretty sure it was lower. I shouldn't talk about where I was. So. Yeah, you can see here that this is her tummy. like if I lean over here, praises her upper back, and then Orca is behind her tail. Yeah, the cowboy's everywhere, DZ. Okay, so yellow needs to go up there, but I think I'm just gonna make it and then move it. That's right, I'll tell you each other. Nah, I'm not awesome. Was the maintenance all right last time? In terms of managing core overheating. No, that's fair. The real world catches up to a lot of people. I heard it's rather mean. I'm sorry, I love how that emote is just Nino the lol. Oh, I love that. I could use that method again this time, because the cooling speed was significant. That method. We can do that later. Privately. Right, yeah, that method. Let's not do that method again. Don't forget it, or I'll be reminding you. Listen, someone's got to remind the cowboy that he's awesome. I say that, but I also know a lot of people are going to yell at him. A few scuttle emo. A few scuttles emo. Inquire. Scuttle. Symbolism, right? Opinions on context is needed, DZ. After all, yeah. Or no, because I brought it up loosely and then got distracted by chat. The cooling method in question involves expelling excess fluids through a lower part of Leanne's body. I'll let that statement sink in. Guessing there's meaning behind it. As the difficulty increased and out of hands, the Venus changed. The last three went from Scarlet Venus to False Goddess Venus. And the last one before making accident was Perfect Venus. Well, at first. Okay. I'm now intently focused on this conversation. Let me just... First one to have a second phase to it. That's fair. So what was the second phase to Perfect Venus? That's one before. Oh, it was. Okay. These are chasing, getting steadily more messed up. That sounds about right. From Perfect Venus to Damaged Venus. Okay. Well, I don't have all the context behind that, but just with the naming machinations, I have a couple of ideas. None of them are good. Denoting the fact that in a lot of variations of both Greek and Roman mythos, Venus was atypically the ideal woman for, like, looks wise to whomever looked at her, no matter what. Yeah, so with the change from going from like Perfect Venus to Damaged Venus, without the context I have, because I don't have the context of the game here, but I can only assume that something happened with said past relationship that caused the main character's perception to actively change. From seeing like the perfect person to seeing them, to still seeing them like as the perfect person, but also recognizing that they are damaged and not perfect, which is probably not good for someone's mental health if they're imagining their partner as Venus. I'm gonna if that is how that cognition goes, I have concerns. We'll just go with concerns. Concerns feels like the right word there. There was some of all that they're saying their own faces hands, but you know. To be fair, how one personalizes the different aspects of their personality when suffering through like grief and trauma and shit. Seeing it all as different kinds of hands isn't too surprising. They're kind of sort of a thing that's always in your perspective. It also could have something to do with why Venus is damaged, but we're gonna, you know, shelf that thought process for now. Hands can do quite a lot of damage to a person. When you play it someday, yeah, that'll be great. That's what we need. That's what we need on this stream. We need more Runa sitting here theorizing shit before it happens. Because with also the first, like, in the order there, you have Scarlet Venus, which would assume, I typically assume, at least personally, especially in the case of most things, Scarlet is usually associated with blood. So a bloodied Venus, then a false goddess. Moment when like the character's reality starts to break. And then from false goddess to perfect, where they try and perceive it differently and delude themselves up until the point that changes into damaged when they cannot delude themselves anymore. It also makes me mildly concerned that there may be a corpse in this involved somewheres. We'll see. It could be worse. Now let's get back to rearranging the insides of an android girl. Not that this game is currently any more positive else there's an actual soul dialogue that happens between perfect and damaged. I mean, it is context. Not that I have the basis for the context, but you know, it's there. Anyways, back to the girl that just told us that we could release her coolant fluids the fun way privately. Everything about that sentence is just wrong, and I love it. This is your journey ends here. I'm trying to protect you, and then this is the one thing you can never defeat. The actual story mode, that's also fair. But like, it's there. There's dialogue. Dialogue does occur. Alright, dumbass me. Let's go. There we go. Oh, that's in the wrong place. There we go. And here, I'm trying to protect. So yeah, no. Journey ends here. I'm trying to protect you, and it's the one thing you can never defeat. Yeah. Or time is the one thing you can never. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, really, it is the case if he has deluded himself back into thinking she's perfect, and then as time accumulates, he can no longer do so. Yeah, my initial guess is being mostly backed up by that statement. People deal with grief poorly. We're gonna let that out. People deal with grief poorly. Then again, we're playing a game where our guy took memory suppressants to deal with grief right now on this channel. So, you know, yeah. I feel like my fatigue has been washed away. The maintenance finished quickly, but I could have finished it faster with the method I mentioned during maintenance. Grace, you're an expert on Eve structure, but you need to study more about how Eves feel. Draining the coolant is for an Eve. That's a rather sensitive area. I'll get going now. And what should we do with this medicine? Please dispose of it. Even without such drugs, I think there are enough places to run to. Alright, Mr. Cool Mechanic. I'll be rooting for you. See you later. Yeah, if possible. On Polar Night Day. Thanks to Leanne's efforts, my complicated mind calmed down a bit. Including yesterday, I received more help from Leanne than I deserved. Oh shit, I was actually under movement. I'm surprised. Yeah, that's it, that unwavering touch. Because you finally found the real you. Leanne, please, I beg you, stop trying to hit our man over the head with the densest bricks you can find. He's built out of them. December 20th. Violation of terms of service. Neon Net network connection. The noise account has been permanently suspended and closed. For seriously violating Article 24 of the Chroma State National Security and Urban Legalization Act, incitement of insurrection and dissemination of false facts, and Neon Net service operational regulations. Reason for blocking: special inclusion with and participating in the operations of the anti-government terrorist organization Morning Glory. Directing the Dark Brown Street riot behind the scenes and inciting armed struggle against citizens, causing social chaos through dissemination of malicious facts, false facts regarding nanocatalyst and LDS, attempting to neutralize the public power of their USA, and seriously impairing the urban happiness index, viewing, saving, and or sharing posts with a noise, or any act advocating from the group is considered aiding and abetting anti-state terrorism and strictly notified as subject to immediate summary punishment without execution. Order is peace, and the light of neon protects you. Large-scale bloodshed in City Center, Morning Glory, and high-level ties suspected. Yada yada yada. More stuff about the riot yesterday. And the Chromatic Zenith is on the 21st, so tomorrow. I got a feeling something bad's gonna go down. I feel bad about what happened with Orca. I hope her condition hasn't gotten worse. It's almost time for Miss Orca's appointment. Should hurry, open up, and prepare for the maintenance in advance. Hello, Chris. I'm here for the follow-up inspection as discussed. Is your condition... Are you okay? I wouldn't say I'm comfortable, but I'm much better. I had people cheering for me, and I felt rewarded for running this repair shop well. That's good news. There's no moment more proud than feeling like you've lived well. I also want to be someone who gives you that sense of pride, Chris. You already are. Because of your model request details, Orca, I feel like my technical limits are being tested. Unlike repairing general leaves, you utilize multi-purpose high-output units. Possessing high performance often means the repair difficulty is higher or breakdowns are more frequent. Despite that, it seems to have been paying the standard repair fees. Guardian of the streets. I can't be greedy when repairing a buff girl. Don't do that. Alright, to tell you the truth, because the criteria for setting repair fees are ambiguous. The parts required and the usage patterns vary for every customer. Adjusting fee every single time is annoying. And it's hard to turn customers away. I think I understand. What if it's more expensive than expected? Well, I make a wasted trip. People do have those thoughts, and likely, the better the service provided, the stronger those worries become. Exactly. Since D1AL-ogue is a luxury concept that also doubles as psychological therapy, I need to alleviate those anxieties. Of course, for a luxury place, I do use a lot of outdated dial equipment. Shall we call it vintage, then? Vintage sounds good, Orca. So receive your vintage maintenance. Are you ready? Right, yeah, we had to give her a body transplant. Woohoo! How much to... Jesus fucking no. Alright, that will be the last note I do. You saw Orca's ass. Got it. I understand completely. It is rather distracting. I heard a commotion. See ass. Yep. Yeah, I didn't recognize it as an ass at the time. No, that's fair. I'm gonna check the synchronization level with the replaced body. You might feel a strong stimulation. It's normal. This is normal. I don't know if friends are playing this. I will play this nonetheless. Funny. This out, yeah? Listen, Medi, you're not playing it live on stream to however many people there are, because I'm not looking at that number and I don't want to know. To the left where she's hugging her tail, I'm guessing hugging something or someone. So yeah, she's holding her tail up and out of the way because her access port's just underneath it. That is a sentence. Sentence I love dearly. Only because I'm probably the character on the left, but she was holding your character. Yeah, no, my character's the disambiguous hands back here. That are attached to nothing in particular. This is normal. It felt like something huge was swinging me around like a toy. I don't know exactly what that feeling is, but feeling sensation means it's normal. If it were yesterday, you wouldn't have felt the thing. If it hurt, I'll guide you more clearly next time. Rather than pain, it felt like defeat. Okay, let's get into this one, because this one's gonna suck just as bad. I just need a regular yeller for that. Okay. That can go there, and that can go there. We can then pop it. I think I need to make a tier 3 or a tier 4 here. Hard to tell. Oop. Okay, there we go. Oop. Chris, you're adults, right? I am, but why do you ask so suddenly? I understood that humans grow over time, but your childhood appearance and your current look don't match very well. If this is a sensitive topic, I apologize. Don't worry about it. It's something I need to overcome. And regarding the polar night of that day, I don't think I feel much burden about it. Most of my stress and obsession is based on what happened after, other than the accident itself. Anyway, I knew you as an extrovert, Orca, but you guys appear seeing human growth for the first time. It is my first time seeing it. I like active behavior, but most of my social relationships are only with Eves. At work. I don't have many chances to meet humans, and developing long-term relationships is even rarer. You have an unexpected commonality. Yeah, I get it, dude. You're a shut-in. Please stop. You make even me embarrassed with how little you get out. Holy crapola. How big of one am I making with right now? Okay, so that's our second one. Let's axe that down. Need to clear out some of this red. There we go. Okay. Oop. Okay, no, now I need to do that again. Oh boy. There we go. Because your actions so sincerely work, it took longer than expected. I'm sorry. It was annoying, wasn't it? Not at all. The reactions were interesting, so I enjoyed the maintenance process. That's embarrassing. That's less the follow-up maintenance. If there are no uncomfortable parts, we'll finish here. Are there any discomforts? Not at all. It might be different when I go out to the field and use my strength, but the sensation itself is very clear. That's a relief. After replacing parts on this scale, some users occasionally experience a bit of panic. It's similar to an identity crisis. Is that so? Parts were changed, but I think I am just me. That's fascinating. The story of the ship of Theseus is famous. Yep, okay, it's being brought up by the game itself. Cool. A ship of Theseus with all its parts replaced, and a new ship made from those parts. The question is, which one is the ship of Theseus? The ship of Theseus is the ship of Theseus. Is the owner of the newly built ship Theseus? Well, nothing that was mentioned specifically. That's a fun opinion I've never heard before. Berger's philosophy is pure, but somewhat unique. It must be your own philosophy that creates conviction to jump into the scenes of horror and tragedy without hesitation. This story acts as a question about essence. The parts of the ship meaning the body, and the recognition that this is the ship of Theseus. It questions which of the two is the essence. Right. Countless philosophers must have presented their own answers, but I simply define it as, I don't know. I'm sure those folks that are honest with an absurd answer. Or you're saying I don't know with such confidence. Common attitude, even more than usual, was amusing. I am not the ship of Theseus. I'm not Theseus, nor am I a sailor on that ship. I'm not the carpenter who replaced the planks, or even a person from that era. As someone who knows nothing, I can't discuss the essence, can't I? Are you talking about the qualification? Probably qualification. I see the problem with cognition. Let's talk about humans and Eves. About the soul, which we discussed yesterday. You said Eves who haven't reflected enough on their self often suffer from desire for attention or recognition, right? Yes. I also had this worry. Around the similar time. Let's do some other topics. Saying Eves don't have souls is ultimately an extension of the discussion on essence and value as a life form. Do you believe in the existence of a soul? It's invisible, cannot be felt, and lacks sufficient academic evidence. The word believe itself is attached to facts that aren't clear. Are you saying it doesn't exist? No. I want to say we don't know if it exists or not. Our essence is a soul, and we can't even judge if it exists. How can we define ourselves? Chris, you said that with this maintenance, I have effectively acquired a new body. Then am I a different Orca? I don't think so. Of course, it's not the result of deep reflection. Then, what if my personality was transferred to a completely different model of Eve? That would also be Orca. The conditions are a bit different from the ship of Theseus. Conditions that appearance and function are completely different. Even so, without a moment of hesitation, I said that it was Orca. The truth is unknowable. Any of them could be Orca, maybe not, or maybe only partially correct. The real Orca might have died yesterday, and I might just be the replacement. Because truth is difficult. That's quite a scary story. Then Orca, what conclusion did you reach? Because I don't know. I said to live my best. If I can't know what the essence is, I'll just do my best for every Orca. From what I've felt, the world is full of complex and incomprehensible things. Being right or being perfect, it was harder to find things that made sense. Actions thought to be right. Sometimes hurt someone, and information believed to be true, and change it overnight. After thinking that, he felt I should live even more diligently. Whether there's a soul or not, whether I'm an Eve or human, thinking that the value is not defined by me made my hesitation disappear, and allowed me to do my best in rescue work. I think the opposite is often true as well. The fact that no matter what you do, it might not be right seems to make it hard to find motivation. Maybe it's a perk of my job. It's a tough job, but it's one that requires less worrying, isn't it? Saving someone at least makes it hard to be a bad person. That's an interesting opinion. And that would be the advice I need right now. I'm glad. I was starting to worry that I was just rambling on endlessly about things only I like. You like these stories too, Chris? Not much about it. I don't dislike it either. It was a good talk, Orca. Likewise. Thank you, Chris. When recalling memories and the conflict with Michelle, and even in the past, I can't avoid being indebted to Orca. She probably wouldn't want it, but I hope I have a chance to repay her. Yeah, no, way over move count. Yep, the force sensation was gone with this rope. Throw one snap I can hold on. Yeah, I figured Prey was going to be the last one. Hey. Prey? You must be busy right now. What's up? Prey visited unexpectedly. The timing was perfect. Following Leanne and Orca's advice, I was organizing my feelings about Michelle. I had an unexpected snag. I was just thinking Prey might be able to help. With Buff Girl O'Hara about to end, I thought she'd be incredibly busy. I came for one last visit before it gets real busy. I have to work myself to death today. How's your body holding up? Body? Ah, right. Now I was feeling a bit under the weather. Did you come all this way because you were worried about that? Not really. No, actually, that is why. I even asked you out on a date, so I can't back out just for this. Date? Ah, you mean the meal plan on Polar Night. Technically, it is a date. You dense bastard! Prey, you're just now catching up to this. Leanne's been trying desperately. When a girl comes on to you this strong, don't you at least take a hint? Wait a second. Wait just a second. What'd you say? You wouldn't know a hint if it hit you. You useless eunuch. Seriously. Wait a minute. We've been so comfortable with each other. I never thought about it that way. Honestly speaking, we even shared our fetishes. We've seen everything there is to see about each other. Plus, you never said it directly. You moron. You didn't hear me when I said it. And now what? I never said it? Things flashed through my mind for a moment. Prey looking dejected, asking to just grab a meal together. Don't tell me. That day you came by smiling strangely. What did you say back then? I hate it. What she hates. Pray, stop. Hold on, Pray. I have something to tell you, seriously. If it's a lie, I'll make you taste iron in your mouth. You mean I'll bleed? You mean your fist will end up in my mouth? My fist will go into your mouth, and you will bleed. And I'm going to need compensation for your rudeness. This is separate from the lying. Compensation. The reward Prey loves. I'll give you as much as you want. Good talk. Okay. It's about Michelle. Michelle? Ah, you her sister. It's ambiguous she's my sister, but yes, that Michelle. I think you might be able to help with whatever she's going through. It's complicated to explain, but her condition is similar to the after effects of Shadow Agency. What are you talking about? She's your sister, acting as Shadow is something only Eve can do. After a bit of commotion, Prey listened to my explanation. The complex look clouded her face, for a story I heard so suddenly. It was long and heavy, so in a way it was natural. When it was over, I should give her some delicious snacks. Chris? In a way, this is a more serious situation than the after effects. In cases from suffering from Shadow Agency after effects, there's still an original personality to return to. To recall original personality feels like events of the past, and like childhood memories. It's not to the extent where memories are corrupted. So, closer to your current state. Thinking about it that way, that's a quite accurate diagnosis. Memories of the past do surface. Except for a few dramatic moments, they are often the form of information rather than emotions. You're sharp, Prey. Regrettably. That is not the case for Michelle. Once supposed to know she was acting as disappears, virtually nothing remains. That's what she considers herself, Michelle. Even more strongly, if Michelle is considered dead, her life becomes one where everything was fake. Her memories, her personality, even the moments she built up. Michelle also noticed to some extent there's a life she built while knowing, and so dismissing even that as a lie is a leap, I think. The facts aren't what's important, Chris. You're the child who lived relying solely on you, despite knowing the truth implicitly. Hearing the words Michelle is dead from you is like losing her last hope. Of course, since I'm not Michelle, I can't give you the right answer, but I know one thing. Michelle must be lonely, and she needs a helping hand. The only person who can help Michelle is you. And it's my responsibility. I have to resolve it. Good attitude. But instead of persuading her, maybe it's better to be honest. Michelle probably wants to not lose herself, more than she wants to remain Michelle. She's afraid of becoming nothing. Neither anyone's daughter nor sister. You convey your feelings, and if it's sincere, complete resolution might be hard, but I don't think it will end. With Michelle disappearing. That's amazing, Prey. You probably haven't even met Michelle, so how do you know so well? Prey's words. You and me who spent almost my entire life with Michelle don't understand Michelle too well. Perception of the events that occurred was clear as she had experienced them herself. Upon hearing my words, Prey let out a faint smile and spoke. Every Eve goes through an identity crisis at one point. Sometimes wanders, and sometimes makes the wrong choice. Prey. In my case, I entrusted my body into a mechanic with suspiciously fluent speech at a repair shop with a shady name in the gloomy outskirts of the city. I see. That's how it was. Was it helpful? Of course. I'm convinced that Michelle will listen, just by doing what you said. The important thing is conveying your sincerity, so do not be swayed by the shell. About the compensation, yes. The touch of a suspicious mechanic, beginning now. Prey's request. The touch of a suspicious mechanic for Prey. What the fuck is that? Jesus feckin' Christ. Bejeweled gone to hell and back again. Send help. Okay. Okay. That's 2. Boom. You need to uncurl your toes. This feels better. As the apes have structural similarity to humans, muscle fibers can get stiff. Usually we call it a cramp. Right. Good thinking. Ooh, kitty dokity. That needs to go there. That's the worst of it. Oop, too much. When the maintenance is over, are you planning to talk to Michelle? If she answers, of course I'll try to talk to her. If things work out well, I'll take you to a super delicious restaurant and feed you until you burst. Are you paying too? Why would I say this? I wasn't paying. Last time you said that, and then whined asking if we could go Dutch. That time, I hadn't saved up. Doing diligently these days. Besides, I'm going to get my money's worth back for what I feed you. Are you really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I tried that. Repaired, very perfectly. Received a good evaluation for all repairs. You. Maintenance is done. You should get up. No. Do it a little more. It was too fast. If I wanted to go easy on you, I have no more services to offer. Do you know how many hours it's been? Hearing this, Prey looked at me in shock. The time? Well, it's been 4 hours. Snap out of it. I'm screwed. I'm sorry, boss. Prey scrambled to her feet and started putting on the coat she had taken off. I'm rooting for you, Michelle. And don't forget Polar Night. Okay. Listening to Prey's fading shout, I answered belatedly. Late in the evening, I sent a message to Michelle. My honest feelings. All the stories until now. Oh, good. December 21st. Choice. That's always a fun warning. Happy Polar Night. Citizens who found that. Okay. Polar Night Day, the final event lighting up the end of the year in Chroma City. Neon signs were twinkling. The street should have been full of people, but the dim maintenance shop was filled with only silence. The blackout for the festival was partially the cause. But for D1AL-ogue, the Eve maintenance shop specializing in psychotherapy, it was a little different. Even as time passed, there was no response from Michelle. The message was received, but she made no reply and showed no gesture. It's almost time for the appointment. Remember how depressed she is. A promise is a promise. A quiet street with not a single point of light. And yet with the night sky, I'm prepared to leave. Input cancelled. Input cancelled. Hi. Hi, Michelle. I thought you'd be happier to see me. Your reaction is unexpectedly dull. I should have ghosted you for a few more days. It's just so sudden. I didn't know how to react. I'm really glad to see you. I read your message. Just my feelings are my own, your thoughts are your own. Even though I'm not your sister, I understood you don't want to lose me. It might sound contradictory, but I thought being honest was the best way, whoever you are. Talking to you every day is fun, and it's become a habit for me. Who am I? Michelle. Michelle is dead. But I am Michelle. The fact made me hate myself. The people who love me, I felt like a monstrosity that only revives their pain. That disappearing was the right thing to do. Those thoughts filled my head. We had a lot of fun times too. That was the only thing I could overcome my doubts. You cherishing me, caring for me and loving me. When I thought I was just losing created by drugs, I felt like I lost the last bit of my worth because of Michelle's memories. I mean, people Michelle loved and people who loved Michelle suffer. Disappearing quietly must be the answer. If we were sisters, she would have done that. She had caused me troubles for others, right? It was a Michelle-like choice that I, who wanted to remain as Michelle, could make for the last time. But you told me, even if I'm not Michelle, I have worth. Whether I'm Michelle or not. You asked me to stay by your side. Those are the words I want to hear most. Even without pretending to be Michelle, you are fun. Someone's gonna be counseling. Those are someone I can rely on. The problem was, I couldn't be like that after getting your message. I pondered what if I'm not Michelle in the first place. I noticed that I couldn't even understand what defines Michelle. Memories, habits, motions. Conviction that I am Michelle. Then I realized what you meant by I don't know. You were in this state too, right? I couldn't be sure if Michelle was dead or if you weren't Michelle. I couldn't be certain. I didn't know what the right answer was. Then someone said this. And be honest, then do your best. I don't know what the truth is, but I would do what you want. Living the way I want. Is that what you want? Yes, that's everything. Chris, then can I do as I want and selfishly stay by your side? The show wasn't a perfect ending, but precisely because of that, it was more than enough. In the stories that would follow, however, while I was distracted by the distant future, I was right in front of me, and I was late, very, very late, because of Michelle's sudden message. We forgot about the appointment. When I blatantly told Michelle this fact, she asked, were you just slugging off with something that important coming up? Somebody get lost immediately. I smelled awkwardly, hurriedly finished getting ready. I actively typed a message to someone. There's a restaurant with the soothe prey who must be furious to draw us view in the end. To show Michelle the city night view. This is what it means by choice. It's cool, so I can just Make a save. And pick. I think I'm gonna go with Orca. Did you trick me? Hang on, no. Sorry. Pardon that trophy. I think we just hit... Yep, Oh, that's a trophy that I adore. Pops. Did you trick me? You didn't choose Leanne. Why? That is the trophy that popped. I love that one. Oh no. Sorry, Chris, you might not live past Polar Night. The night sky of Polar Night. The chromatic zenith was bright. It was brightening the city like broad daylight. Boom, boom, rumble, screech, thud. So there was shattering sound. I turned around and saw a familiar face. Orca? Was that a bike sound just now? Yes. You weren't answering my calls and weren't at the meeting place. I was looking around to see if something happened to you. I did a hobby of riding bikes, but a sound that literally shakes the heaven and earth. Orca was someone who was hard to predict. Sorry. I was the one who suggested it, but I ended up making you suffer instead. It's okay. Looks like you had a reason. Lots happened. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd feel responsible. But I had some trouble because of things from the past. Seeing you talk about it so casually. It must have been resolved well. Yes. Thanks for your advice, Orca. I only talked about what I like. Rather, I was happy to have someone listen to me. And from what you're saying, today's appointment was made to thank me. That's right. I want to convey my sincerity to you who I'm always indebted to. Since we're on the subject, let me say one thing. Thank you, Orca. Riley held out my hand. Towards Orca. My respect. Other complex feelings? Meaning that I look forward to working with you. Is it burdensome? Sorry, I did act suddenly. No, it's not that. A man's hand. The first time holding one. What in the Kentucky Fried shitty rom-com is this? Please take care of me. We're holding out her hand cutely. To think such a cool person could be this cute. Orca's hand was smaller and warmer than I thought. To think she saved people with these hands. And I also look forward to it. Cool yet cute, strong yet timid, Orca with mysterious charms, expectations for a new relationship with Orca were already beginning to sprout. And that marks an end to dialogue. Yeah, this did not take the full 3 days. I assumed it might be longer. I don't know why I assumed that. Almost 5 hours is plenty. This was fun. I enjoyed this. Actually, yeah, I am surprised that the font was like really easy to read. I'm so glad it was, because it didn't catch my mind until just now. I'm so used to like indie games like this having some outrageous fonts. December 25th. Too many people. I'm doomed. This is a disaster. Hey, Bray, what are you doing hiding under the counter? We're at the buff girl's strong heart that O'Hara kept going on about Go. Hey, O'Hara's strength is what will fight evil alone. That's different from acting like an intended seeker in front of a crowd. Nina. I'm gonna assume that's the boss. Ray, what are you doing? Come out and spread this noble buff girl spirit. The captain's calling. Time to move out and protect the citizens, right? Seriously? Fine, I'm going. I said I'm going. December 26th. What's all this? You're too kind, Chris. I know you're trying to be considerate, but ignore my signals to the very end. It's really cool. Never mind that. What's the syringe in your hands? It's a drug that makes you honest. Let go of complex thoughts and just relax. Just hearing the description makes it sound dangerous? No way. It's very safe. I already took it myself. What? It should be kicking in about now. How is it? Do you feel anything? Yeah. There, almost done. How does it feel? Not at all. My joints are creaking. How to make sure you can move first? Use some emergency spare parts. You don't need that junk pile in the warehouse, do you? You know exactly what my bank account looks like. And restore my backup. Being data is better than being in a body I can barely control. Can't do that. Why not? I already put it on an ad. Found an ad. Said I hired a cute and capable new employee. Give me a cute smile, please. Huh? You better swell these high quality parts later. Got it? No, I'm fine with that. Also, I love that. Unironically, I think I like Leanne sending better when we don't choose her. All right, one final self-care. Yeah, what did I insult pretty robot lady? You took a quick shower and you missed yandere robot lady. That was fun. No. Yeah, no, that's the right one. There we go. Yeah, I want to exit dialogue for now. That was fun. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD, it sounds like. Possibly. So those on this game, oh, absolutely. This game was amazing. 1, it's free. 2, I love the characters. 3, despite having to play as Chris, who I kind of want to hit with a sledgehammer sometimes, that boy is dense. To the point that he hits just the right nerve of me hating rom-com characters. No, that's fair. I mean, what else are friends for besides randomly recommending shit to other friends? No, that is mostly a jest. I would never do that. Never. Uh, Convincing people to go to conventions because fuck it, I bought you a ticket, get your ass over here. It's definitely not a thing I would do. I So ironically, I think I've missed both conventions this year that I normally hit up. Was that, or no, was that you? No, that was this year, was it? No, was that? Oh god, my brain can't keep track of shit. Last year. Okay, yeah, okay. I was fairly certain on that one. I was like, yeah, I think I missed both of them this year. Like, I don't think I went this year. I was right. I didn't. I thought about it. Yeah, welcome. I have a really shitty perception of really shitty perception of time. Like without fail. Ooh. We're going to ignore the fact that I already closed chat on my chat on my phone. You know, this might be one of those cases where we don't pester Apollo on a Friday night. Because I see someone else live that I don't get to pester often. But yeah. Good times. Great times. Yes, DZ. Who are you throwing everyone at? You know, we're going to another spider. Yeah, that's all. A lot of people's are here's, so we'll toss up. One, I'm gonna do this because there's that. That leads to the Discord. I don't mention it a lot at all. We'll recaveat that. I don't mention it at all. And none of my mods are ever gonna remember that command because I barely remember that command. I'm a weirdo who doesn't have his exclamation point Discord. And there is y'all's raid message. We're gonna go pester Nino. We'll start something tomorrow. Maybe we're either gonna start Eterno Blade tomorrow, which was gonna be the Monday game, or we'll actually start another story game. We'll see. Not Eterno Blade. Oh, that's better. I mean, I don't think I know any other spiders. Eternia Blade? No. Eterno Blade. That is the name of the game. It is a stupid thing. We're going to be going bye-bye in a few seconds. So anyways, as always, devotees, until next